Commonwealth would call Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara to the stand.
Okay.
Promise that the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now against the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Forgive me, Your Honor.
Anytime you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Would you please state your name and spell your last name?
It's Kevin O'Hara, O'Hara.
And how many employees, sir?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long in total have you been a member of the state police?
Just over 22 years.
And how long have you held the rank of lieutenant?
4.5 years.
And what is your current assignment within the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is also known as CERT.
And the CERT team within the state police, approximately how many members of that unit are?
We have 61 team members, 4 of which are full-time, including myself. The other 57 have other primary duty assignments, and CERT is an additional duty for them.
Now, generally speaking, what are sort of the duties and responsibilities, or what is the CERT unit within the state police does?
CERT is the primary search and rescue team for the state police. We conduct lost missing person searches, evidence searches. We do security or crowd control at large-scale events such as the 4th of July, the Boston Marathon, Gillette Stadium, dignitary security.
And how long have you been assigned to that particular unit?
Since 2014.
Now, were you working with that unit on January 29th, 2020?
Yes, it was, sir.
And at some point,
Good morning, everyone. We are looking forward to a great day of court. We do have day 21 that is now upon thee. We are waiting for the court as the fan is spinning as the world turns. As our buddy Joe Lanou would like to say, well, good morning, Mr. Lanou. Mr. Joe Lanou, I know he's with us. Also, probably listening by on the side. Let's see here. Another little live thing you would have is if you're looking at the courtroom, it looks something like this. waiting for things to happen.
Good morning, Kingdom.
Oh, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm looking forward to a great day. Great day in the courtroom. We have the Alan Jackson and the Bukhenik cross-examination, which is sure to be fireworks. You're not going to see Michael Proctor take the stand. It doesn't seem like for the prosecution's case. The closest you're going to get is going to be Officer Bukhenik, who is Trooper Bukhenik, who is the person who's the boss of Michael Proctor. So that's the closest you're going to get. So if you're going to make a case against Michael Proctor, or you're going to argue about this evidence and the Sally Port and the reverse camera and how you collected it and why did you take all these things that everyone says is a big problem, today's the day, my friend. Today is the day to address all of that.
Well, we left yesterday still on on direct, so we're still with the state right now. Am I right? Or did
We are,
the
but
state rest at the end of the day?
I don't think they rest. I said, has everyone had enough? Great, then we're leaving. We've all had enough. I think that's the way it
That
ended.
is correct. It was a towel thrown in on testimony yesterday. Out of nowhere, the coroner threw the towel in, and that was it.
It's like, you and your voice that you cannot raise your voice. You have put us all to sleep because I can barely hear you over the air conditioner. And we all know after lunch and you're tired and someone is clearly not articulating, they're not looking over at the jury to make sure people are actively paying attention. The jury's nodding off. The judge can see it. All I hear is the air conditioning humming and you barely kind of trying to be in tone with the air conditioner. I'm falling asleep. We're done. And that's kind of how it ended. Maybe I'm making up a few things.
Well, now, the judge was a little quicker with that. The judge said, been a long day. Looked at the jury. Been a long day. You done? We're done. We'll see you tomorrow.
So right now you get the luxury of watching a fan spinning around and round. So the trial starts at 8:00. There's obviously something going on inside the courtroom. I apologize for yesterday. I had actually muted and paused the court. And then by the time I started back, I was like, we're behind. Apologize for that one. That is unlike me. Because I'm watching stuff on X and saying, damn, they're showing videos from the Sally Port. And I'm like, that's interesting. Like, oh, shit, the trial's been back and you haven't been paying attention. So I apologize for that when I was slipping yesterday.
Yeah, you'll have that with live broadcast. You're not on your toes. Something gets dropped for sure.
All right. We have action right now. Stand by. Welcome to day 21 of the Karen Reed murder trial. Once again, my name is Kingdom Radio, and we have Joe Lanou from Night Court with Joe Lanou. It's Thursday, and we are live in the courtroom. There was some audio, I swear, but I think they were approaching and saying their good mornings and stuff. So we're in there. Looks like Turtle Boy is definitely in there with his laptop on the front row. It looks like the other podcasters behind the defense team once again for the second day in a row. This is a big story. This interview cross-examination is going to be one of the highlights in comparison to Higgins' testimony. Yeah, they're showing a close-up on him right now, and then we also have Karen Reed's parents and family there, supporters, if you will. So this is going to be a fantastic day. It has the promise to be a fantastic day, and hopefully we hear some real dingers.
Yeah, it's either going to be a great day or it's just going to go out with a whisper. There'll be no in between, I think, on the cross-examination of Bukhenik. And you're right. Bukhenik is the closest I think you're going to get to the state putting Proctor on. I think Proctor compromised himself by being a bore, if I can use a better term than a street slang term for what he's done and the way he's acted.
He's done a couple things that are not consistent with a reputable police officer.
Or a reputable man, just in general.
Yeah. But then again, some of the discrepancies that Brian Higgins did, those were not really cool. And most people say, bro, that's you against the bro code. Just forget about court. That's against bro code. But at the end of the day, there's a murder here and we need to hear what the hell happened. But he didn't look good. I think Proctor would look worse if he took the stand.
Yeah, I wasn't going to suggest that Higgins was any better.
But Higgins almost took the fifth, but didn't.
I tell you what, yesterday at the end of the court trial, Karen looked like she was ready to go. It had been a long day for her too. That testimony yesterday was tough for the defense. I'm curious to see how they're going to come back and counter it, but it was tough for the defense.
It was first time that the prosecution made such a good case. If you looked on X last night, I spent a little bit of time doing that, but looking on X last night, there were many people who were in support of the prosecution saying, look at all those. She had the drink. She definitely did it. Karen Reed's guilty. She's going to jail for murder or prison. There was a lot of that last night. And I hadn't seen a lot of this, but last night, the public opinion, not that that counts, but the public opinion was definitely swerving off of police cover up to, no, after seeing this, I think she did it. So the prosecution did a great job yesterday.
Yeah. You got a lot of things to overcome if you're gonna, after yesterday's testimony, you gotta overcome the broken light. You can't dispute that it was broken. Now you can still have the assertion that law enforcement broke it or took advantage of it being broken and placed lens cover at the scene. You could make the argument that it was broke at John Okeefe and Karen Reed's home when she backed out, but you clearly don't see pieces on the ground. But you could still make that argument. The glasses, there's no doubt both of them removed glasses from restaurants the night of John O'Keefe's death.
That was proven.
100%. You can see it yourself. You don't have to listen to me. Just anyone else. Just watch them walk out with the glass.
I mean, when they had a glass in their hand and then they took a drink and they're saying, but they poured a shot glass into another glass and that counts as 2 drinks. That was, it was kind of hard to see. But when they were walking out the bar with a glass in their hand, that there was no doubt about that.
I think the state tried to do 2 things with that testimony yesterday. One, to prove or try to put her in the light of being intoxicated, because there's a secondary charge of, I think, vehicular intoxication, assault, or manslaughter, actually. So they've got an element they want to try to prove with some intoxication. They tried to do that with the hospital blood draw, but all that. Their case for her being intoxicated is pretty weak. I mean, most people say, yeah, she probably had something to drink, but I don't know how drunk she was, and neither does the state. That's the problem. But
another thing they accomplished was the timeline of when they left, because they were saying, you're saying that you got there at 12:20, but I have a picture of the final bar at the Waterfall Bar that shows at 11:18 or 12:18 or something like that. 12:18, you were still at that bar. So there's no way that at 12:23 you got at John O'Keefe's when people seen you and stuff like that. So they did kind of poke a hole or leave some doubt into that timeline, because there's no doubt he's still in there if that timestamp is correct. But then again, the bar before was 18 minutes ahead, and this one, however, was on. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you don't believe the police, there's discrepancies there.
we'll see what the defense is able to do. It's going to be interesting.
All rise, please, jury entry.
You are unmuted.
Hey. All present have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in for the copy of the oath. Draw near, give your attendance, and shall be heard. Or say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated. 22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Could I have the witness, please?
So, good morning again, Counsel and Ms. Reed. Good morning, viewers. We appreciate your patience. Giving us this time actually helps streamline things today, so we appreciate that. I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Thank you very much. Everybody answered those questions appropriately. Okay, can we have Sergeant Bukhenik, please?
I also had a couple of attorneys DM me on X.
Just bring it.
about Buchanan, the judge allowing Buchanan to make comments and opinions on injuries that he's seen before medical prognosis.
Lisa was saying that yesterday. How are they letting him give his medical opinion when he's not a doctor? I seen that.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Circle back just to a couple things that from your testimony from yesterday. Going back to the video that you reviewed from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall. In total, from those two videos, how many drinks did you observe the defendant consuming over her time?
The video shows 9 drinks being consumed by the defendant.
And that's between when she arrives at C.F. McCarthy's until the time that she leaves the waterfall, is that correct?
That is correct.
Objection.
And if I could turn your attention to the ring videos from One Meadows Avenue, Mr. Okeefe's residence. From the videos that you observed, let me ask you first, as far as, do you know how those cameras work as far as when they turn on and when they turn off?
My understanding is that ring surveillance video is triggered to be recorded through motion. So if the camera detects motion, which is constantly live monitoring, and motion is detected, then that video is captured to a cloud-based system that retains that footage.
And from your review of those videos, what kind of motion would set those off? Like what kind of things would be recorded from the driveway camera?
Be activity in the driveway, such as a person walking through, bird landing, a vehicle pulling in, individuals, moving around in the driveway, and so forth.
The search warrant that was applied for was any and all videos between January 24th and January 30th, correct?
For one of the search warrants, that's correct, yes.
And with respect to that time frame, what, if any, activity based on information that you had received was not available or was not shown on those ring videos?
The data returned had video that would have been captured from the defendant arriving home after midnight on the 29th, after she dropped Mr. Okeefe off at 34 Fairview Road. That video was not present in the data that was returned from Ring. There was,
what, if any, other video in addition to that one was not present?
there was also video missing from the defendant showing Ms. McCabe and Ms. Roberts the damage to her right rear taillight.
That's
And
missing.
what, if any, follow-up or what, if any, inquiry was then done with regard to Ring as far as those types of videos or deletion, or how those videos could not be present?
Correspondence with Ring produced information that
Sustain.
Let me ask this first, was there follow-up with Ring in regard to those videos?
yes, there was.
And was there ever anything produced with regard to those videos or those timeframes from Ring?
No, there was not.
If I could turn your attention over to your time in Dayton, just in reference to subsequent to that later on, what, if anything, did you receive, or what, if anything, did you request? What, if anything, did you receive from the Dayton police in regard to January 29th, 2022?
I communicated with the Dayton Police Department requesting documentation from their officers' calls for service at our request, and log notes, logs from their dispatching center, as well as any reports that would document their activity if such reports existed.
And did you, what, if any, information did you receive in relation to that?
I received a log note or log printout from their CAD system, and I received a report authored by Officer Barrows.
And did you also receive any 911 calls?
Yes,
And who was the party as far as the 911 caller in regard to those 911 calls that you received?
it was Mr. Reed.
And again, just for clarity purposes, that's the defendant's father, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's from the morning of January 29th, is that also correct?
Correct.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to February 3rd, 2022. At some point that morning, where did you go?
During the morning hours of February 3rd, we planned to meet at 34 Fairview Road. Myself, Trooper Proctor, and Trooper DeChico arrived at that location in order to conduct a secondary search of the area as the temperatures were turning and the snow was melting naturally. We decided to do another search for articles that were now, we realized and learned, were missing and could be of evidentiary value and aid in the in the investigation.
And with respect to going to 34 Fairview Road, what, if any, tools or what, if anything, did you bring with you, you and the other troopers, in regard to conducting that secondary search?
I requested the troopers bring shovels, rakes, anything like gardening items that would help them to dig through the snow and locate any missing items.
And as far as the temperature change that you're talking about, how precipitous a change are we talking about?
The temperatures went above freezing, so the snow did begin to melt, and it was significantly warmer compared to the 18 degrees the night of the incident.
Now, you mentioned items of evidentiary value that you had learned of and were looking for. What, if any, clothing items, Mr. Okeefe, were you looking for specifically on February 3rd?
We were specifically looking for Mr. Okeefe's baseball cap.
And in addition to yourself, Trooper Proctor and Trooper DeChico, who, if anyone else, did you notify, or who, if anyone, from any other unit within the state police responded that day as well?
We requested the assistance of the Crime Scene Services section of the Massachusetts State Police, and Trooper Evan Brent showed up to assist us with documentation of the location and the evidence that we were hopefully going to find.
And from those, Trooper Brent arrived and took photographs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when was it that Trooper Brent arrived in relation to your arrival?
I believe he was already present when we pulled up, but I'm not sure to his exact time of arrival.
And with regard to that day, what, if anything, in general terms, what, if anything, were you able to locate and where was it, generally speaking?
We located Mr. O'Keefe's baseball hat. We located a drinking straw from a cocktail glass. We located items of plastic, colored plastic, and other shards of colored plastic at the location. All those items were located on the grass portion of the yard near the flagpole at 34 Fairview Road.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
If I didn't know any better, I would just say they kind of know the direction that the defense is going to go, and they're trying to sweep up those items right now in the morning when it's fresh on everyone's mind. Instead of like yesterday, do it when it's fresh on everyone's mind today and sweep it all up, huh?
And Sergeant, I'm going to show you a series of photos, but I'm going to break this up a little bit.
So, Mr. Lally, with your back to the jurors and the air conditioning on, I'm sure they can't hear you.
My apologies. So, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you some photographs, a series of them, but I'm going to break them up a little bit just to make it
Okay, sir.
hopefully quicker. Sir, first I'm going to show you 10 photographs. Ask if you could review those, look up when you're finished. Thank you. Do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are photographs documented the items located at 34 Fairview Road on the grass as the snow receded through the melting temperatures that were revealed to be positioned in the grass.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm all to introduce the minutes and next exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection.
Okay. Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just ask to publish some of these photos.
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could start with photograph 7659. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what's now been marked as Exhibit 468?
I do.
And if you could, just for orientation purposes, describe to the jury whereabouts in relation to 34 Fairview Road we are in this picture.
As standing on the street of Fairview Road, we're looking at the left side of the yard. In the top right corner, you can tell that there is a flagpole depicted in that photograph and a telephone switch box that's open on the left side, which is on the border of 34 Fairview Road.
And if I can ask from this photograph, if you know, grass that's visible on the front lawn area of 34 Fairview Road, is that from a natural melting process, or is that from some of the tools that you and the other troopers brought to assist you in your secondaries?
The reason that grass is exposed is due to processing of the scene and having the snow being moved away from the location, and then natural melting process taking place on top of it. As you can tell, other portions of the yard is covered in snow, and the snow had not, the grass has not revealed itself just yet.
Now, as far as the photographs of various items that were located on this date of February 3rd, the photographs that were taken, were they taken as they lay, or were they touched or manipulated in any way prior to the photograph being taken?
The items photographed were discovered as soon as we realized what is being discovered through the digging and excavation process. They were then photographed instantly. Certain items were revealed naturally through the melting process and the snow, no longer concealing those items underneath.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 7666? Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 470.
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is a clear black and red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7669. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's now up on the screen as exhibit 473?
Yes, that is another piece of plastic.
And sort of towards the top middle of the screen, do you recognize what that is?
Yes, that's a fire hydrant from 34 Fairview Road, grass area.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next photograph, 4670. For the record, this is exhibit 474. Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Is that a closer up image of what was depicted in the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7672. And sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 476?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Another piece of red taillight plastic.
And lastly, from dispatch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7673. Again, sir, do you recognize what's up on the screen, depicted in what's now marked as exhibit 477?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is the fire hydrant and the telephone switch box located on the edge of the property line at 34 Fairview Road.
Now, the photographs that I had just placed before you, having had a chance to review those,
I have.
and do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those?
The property at 34 Fairview Road, left corner towards the street, capturing the flagpole and the telephone switch box.
May I approach on?
Yes.
Call multi to introduce and admit as the next exhibits. No objection.
Okay.
You know, just out of curiosity, I wonder, I would expect it to have seen plastic in the tail lens in the street.
Since that's where it was happening.
Well, yeah, okay, you make
tire
contact.
You would see tire marks in the grass if she went on the grass and pushed him back there. So
I agree.
yeah.
Well, we got Lisa with us today.
Yeah.
He says, why would taillight plastic be found on a grassy surface when it was supposedly broken in the snow? I think, Lisa, the state is proposing that as the snow melted, of course, it fell to the grass, but there's also, let's don't forget that at the time that the state alleges this happened, the snowstorm hadn't been in full effect. It was just starting to snow at the time. So I don't know how much snow was on the ground prior to the snowstorm starting.
But it's also important to
Thank you.
point out they went there 4 different times to search for
Your Honor, court
things.
commission, if I could publish a few of the photos from this set.
Okay.
And then Michael Proctor had to return for a 5th time to find what you just seen. That was on the 5th search. That was weeks later. They didn't find that in the first 4 searches. So that's why they're pointing that out.
Photograph 7681. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It has now been marked as exhibit 481.
I do.
If you could describe to the jury what's depicted in this photograph.
A red piece of plastic.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next one, 760.
Can you use the pointer to show us where that is, please?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
Ms. Gilman, 7682. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted on the screen and has now been marked as exhibit 482?
I do.
You know what, Christy?
Hi,
We
welcome
can't.
to Dogtopia.
Greetings from Glenda's Puptastic Palace.
Christy, we can't. When we get a break, we will give you a rundown of how we got to the point we are now. That's a good point for people that hadn't been following it.
There is a lot to cover, though, about where we are. But I will say that today is one of the most important days of the entire case, as far as the prosecution making a case against Karen Reed, who is being tried for murder, for murdering her boyfriend at the time, John Okeefe. They left a bar. The body was found on the lawn of another police officer. The defense is saying it's a big cover-up. They planted this taillight. The prosecution saying, no, she dropped him off. They had an argument. She was drunk. She put it in reverse and slammed into him and then left him for dead on the front yard. So that's pretty much the basics of the case. But there's just a lot more above and beyond that are making up the, I can see her point and I can see their point. And this is one of the most critical days of testimony, depending on if the defense can poke more, enough holes into this lead investigator's boss, who's on there, is Mr. Trooper Bukhenik.
You are unmuted.
I'm sorry, Ms. Gilman, 7682.
It might actually be Bukhenik. That's probably what it is.
Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
I believe it is.
42.
I do.
What do you recognize that to be? Is
A red piece of plastic.
that the same piece of plastic, the close-up image from the prior exhibit?
Yes, it is.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7684. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as exhibit 484?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A white clear piece of plastic and a red piece of plastic.
And lastly, from this, sir, Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7687. So again, do you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now been marked as exhibit 487.
I do.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the photos before you, have you had a chance to review that set of 10 as well?
Not this one yet, not yet.
If you could, please.
But Christy, the state alleges that Karen Reed drove backwards into John Okeefe, who's the victim, struck him. He laid in the front yard of a house where there was an after party, and it was all law enforcement officers. They were all Boston police
Sergeant,
department.
do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
What do you recognize those to be?
Items that were located in the street, being the black cocktail drinking straw, and then black pieces of plastic, molding plastic, and clear pieces and molding from taillight.
Mayor Pro Tem,
Yes.
almost 60 minutes and minutes the next time. Sir?
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
None, Your Honor.
I don't know if I have enough time to keep going into the story, Christy. Give me a second. With this prosecutor, sometimes he's fast and sometimes he's slow, but he'll always be quiet. But the state alleges that Karen Reed drove into him, struck him, and then drove home. He laid in the front yard until found at 6 o'clock in the morning when she and some partygoer friends went to look for him. And of course, he was deceased at that point. The defense is saying that this is a dirty police cover-up. Canton Police Department, which is the local agency that did the investigation, has had some other issues
Thank you.
with evidence, and they don't look very, very clean.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could display some of these photographs of the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7688. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen?
I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
It's the wide shot of the drinking straw being found on the edge of the roadway in front of 34 Ferry Road.
Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to where you observed that straw. And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7689. Sergeant, what are we looking at in this photograph?
It's a close-up view of the same straw.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7692. Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 492?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 492?
Piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler that's provided for comparison and by the crime scene photographer to document the item.
I'm glad that ruler finally showed up on scene.
7695. For the record, this is now Exhibit 494. Sergeant, what are we looking at in 494?
It's the same item from just prior, just zoomed in more, showing the detail of the black molding, the clear clear plastic and red plastic.
Sergeant, as far as those photographs before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what those are?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize those?
They're pieces of red plastic, pieces of clear plastic, and a piece of glass.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes,
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection.
thank you.
But Christie, the defense is alleging that it's a cover-up from state police, Canton police, and Boston PD police officers. There's some strange things that have gone on in the investigation, so it's kind of a mixed bag as which way you go with it. There's a lot of local reporting from a gentleman by the name of Turtle Boy, who's a blogger or vlogger in that area that is making a lot of noise that this is an egregious police cover-up and a frame job of Karen Reed. She's got a pretty good attorney out of L.A., same attorney that Kevin Spacey had for another Massachusetts case.
Allegedly a cover-up.
Forgive me, allegedly. I think I said the defense asserts, so it's not been proven yet. But
Thank you.
this is Christy, following this case, this is the best witness that I've seen from the state
Your Honor,
thus
with the
far.
court's permission, if I could publish just a few of these photographs to the jury as well.
Okay,
And the gentleman on the stand is a state trooper that is assigned to the local Norfolk DA's office for a homicide task force
And,
that investigates
Ms.
all
Gilman, if I
homicides.
could have photograph 7700. For the record, this is now Exhibit 498. Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at a red piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler on the edge of the grass on the property at 34 Fairview Road by the road.
Give or
And
take
if
10
you could,
feet.
sir, using that laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where you observe that item to be in this photograph.
Right there.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7705.
I will say, Christy, you won't see trials like this very often. This one is very
For the
interesting,
record,
and
this is Exhibit 502. Sergeant, if you.
we're just
could,
waiting to see how this
describe
actually
to the
turns
jury,
out and see what the defense does. The defense is excellent when they get
It's a shot
cross-examination.
of red plastic next to a measuring ruler.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7708. The record, this is now Exhibit 504. Again, Sergeant, if you could, using a laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you know in this area.
There is a black piece of plastic molding next to a measuring ruler.
And lastly, from this set, Ms. Gilman exhibits, photo number 7712. Again, for the record, this is Exhibit 508. And again, Sergeant, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, is significant to evidence.
A clear piece of plastic next to a measuring ruler.
That's found on the grass area as well, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to that new set of photos before you, have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's contained within those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that those photographs to contain?
They contain small red pieces of plastic from 34 Fairview Road on the grass area where we located the others. Also contain a flimsy piece of circular, like very malleable plastic, clear plastic, in addition to that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Come up, seek to introduce the next 10 minutes. No objection.
Thank you.
And I'm with Christie. The Sarah Boone trial is the woman who zipped her boyfriend into a suitcase and sat on the couch and left him there to die. I hope that is broadcast live out of the courtroom, because we'll absolutely cover that one. It'll be very interesting. I don't know that she's got a great defense, but it's going to be an interesting trial altogether. What's unique about this one is that we could very well have some Perry Mason moments in here with this defense team. And quite honestly, with the exception of the detective that's on the, oh, there's Drake. Drake just brought in some information. You saw that, just like on Perry Mason. But with the best witness the state's had as far as law enforcement is on the stand right now. Everyone else has kind of been not very good. Their crack CSI search team that came out during the snowstorm to search, that missed all this evidence that you're seeing this morning, was a joke.
Thank you. And Your Honor, may I publish some of these photos for the jury?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7715. For the record, this is now Exhibit 511. Sergeant, direct your attention to the screen, if you could, using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
That is the thin, malleable, circular in shape, a piece of clear plastic that was located in the lawn area of 34 Fairview Road.
Now, lastly, Sergeants, there's that set of photos that I just placed before you. Have you had a chance to review those?
Yes, I have.
And do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
There are items. Those are items recovered in the lawn at 34 Fairview Road. Those items are a shard of glass, a BPD baseball hat with an American flag, and stains of blood.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to introduce the minutes next.
No objection.
Sorry, no objection.
Just checking on the Boone case status. They've got a hearing on the 7th, a status hearing that may actually set a court date. You know, comment Lisa makes is that it doesn't make sense to her that the area was snow blown and that piece of plastic would still be intact like that. I just don't have a lot of faith in exactly how well that first team out there on the scene was able to do, and I think the state is missing establishing the fact that when this occurred, when the plastic was deposited, when John Okeefe, according to their assertion, was struck and killed, that the snowstorm hadn't actually started yet. It didn't kick up and start running real hard until just about the time about 6 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning is when the real snow started to fall and started falling on top of everything that would have been deposited there at 12:30 at night. So I don't know, Lisa. It seems plausible both ways, honestly.
It's 5:18 to 5:30.
5 what?
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Your Honor, with the court's, I'm sorry. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish some of these photos for the jury as well?
Yes.
Yeah, there's going to be another issue about the shoe.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7727.
Now, was the shoe found on at this trip out?
For the record, this is now exhibit 520. And again, Sergeant, if you could direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observe in this photograph.
I observed a shard of glass next to a measuring ruler.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 7729. For the record, this is exhibit 522. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
It's a larger piece of red plastic with black molding around the edge, located next to the telephone switch box on the grass area at 34 Fairview Road.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7733. For the record, this is exhibit 526. And Sergeant, from this photograph, what, if anything, are we looking at here?
This photograph here depicts the area which we are excavating during the morning hours of February 3rd, 2022. As the shovel works its way towards the grass, my laser pointer is directing your attention to Mr. Okeefe's hat that was compacted underneath the snow on the ground.
Now, as far as this photograph is concerned, does that accurately depict the depth of the snow that you were digging into and sifting through on the morning of February 3rd?
It does.
And that, again, is several days after the blizzard of January 29th, correct?
That is correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 7740. For the record, this is exhibit 530. And again, Sergeant, if you could describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
We're looking at Mr. Okeefe's hat on the grass, pressed down and compacted to a flat surface underneath the snow, which has been excavated around it.
Thank you very much. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Thank you, Mr. Ross.
Thanks, Jim.
Sergeant, on February 3rd, 2022, is that the first time that you had been at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
And with respect, if I could turn your attention briefly to the following day of February 4th, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day?
Yes, I did.
And what brought you to 34 Fairview Road on February 4th?
Having excavated those items on the 3rd, I directed the troopers in my office, who obviously reside in the communities around us, to make a point to travel by that location every day on the way to work and every day on the way home. The purpose of that was to see if anything else was to reveal itself as the snow naturally melts away and items could present themselves. So on the February 4th, as I am traveling to work, I diverted my typical route of travel to go by 34 Fairview Road. Just prior to my arrival, I received a call stating that there was 10 police representatives at the scene, and more items have been revealed due to the melting snow, and that I should come collect those items. I was down the street I arrived and collected the item that presented itself.
Sound like bullshit to me.
And if you recall, that item that you collected on February 4th, was that located on the lawn, on the street, or something else?
It was on the lawn.
Now, with reference to your collection of these items, either on February 3rd, February 4th, or on any sort of subsequent date, how were they collected and what exactly did you do with them in reference to the seizing of the items and storage of the items?
Each item that was collected was placed in a evidence paper bag. The collection was done by utilizing latex gloves to prevent any transfer of evidence from fingerprints to DNA onto those items. Then those items were transported to our office, logged into the system, and stored in the evidence lockers at the office.
And each of those respective bags of items or evidence, they were sealed as well, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, turning your attention to February 10th of 2022, did you have occasion to go back to 34 Fairview Road on that day as well?
I did.
And what, if anything,
More shards of glass and plastic.
and if you know or if you recall, how many pieces did you seize on that particular day?
My memory is exhausted to that, but exact numbers annotated in on the bags that the items were placed into.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So Lanu, basically what's going
I'm
on
showing
is
you documents, just ask you to look at that section and look up on it.
the two Nike shoes, one of them has the black sole and the other one doesn't. As if it was removed.
First, I've heard of this. So we're saying that
No, I'm just finding this on X right now. I have some pictures of it. We'll share later.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yeah.
Yes.
Like one of them.
Turtle Boy
Did you
again.
remember refresh
No.
as to how many items or what the items were that you recovered on February 10th?
Yes, it is.
And what were those items and how many, sir?
There was 6 items of clear red and black plastic and 14 items of plastic and glass.
Now, in addition to the dates that you were present at 34 Fairview Road and recovered items, them being February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, were there other dates that you're aware of that items were recovered by troopers that you supervised?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were those dates?
The dates were January 29th, February 11th, and February 18th.
Were there items recovered on February 8th as well?
Yes.
Now, as far as your direction or having, let me first start with you. So on the dates that you were there, February 3rd, 4th, and 10th, were you alone on those dates or were there other troopers with you when you were there?
On the 4th, I was alone as far as state police personnel. There were other Canton law enforcement representatives at the scene with me as I collected that one item. On the other days, I was accompanied by other troopers.
And as far as you know, obviously not being present, but from your supervision of these troopers, were there other occasions where individuals were at 34 Fairview Road? Were they alone or were they with a group of troopers?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, as far as the items that were recovered when you were there on February 3rd, February 4th, and February 10th, did you have occasion to bring those items with you to court today?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm sending you with a box. First, just ask if you recognize that box.
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
It's the box storing items logged into evidence as they relate to this case.
And Your Honor, with court's permission, may the sergeant open the box?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, first, Sergeant, with regard to the items, as far as plastic and/or glass that you recovered from 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd. If you could locate those items.
I want to point out that he has some very nice cufflinks on today, that the sergeant is well dressed for his day 2 of testimony.
This quite possibly could be his last day on the job if Alan Jackson can poke enough holes, but I doubt it. It's possible.
I don't think so, man. I think this guy, like I said yesterday, he did what he did. He documented what he did, and he can testify for what he did. And I think you'll see him hold his own on defense. Now, Lisa's saying that the objections are bogus. I'd be curious to know under what grounds that the defense objected.
Sergeant, with respect to each of those
bogus
bags, they contain items of evidentiary value, whether they be plastic or glass, that were recovered on February 3rd. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, how many bags in total do you have there before you?
I have 3 bags, 2 containing broken glass and plastic, and a stirring straw, broken red plastic and clear plastic, and a bag containing 1 black Boston Police Department hat.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection.
Okay.
No particular order.
It's hard to believe that the first team that was there when they got the body and there's only 2 inches of snow or less could not find that hat. You can't find that hat in 2 inches of snow? Come on, man.
Man, I think you go back and you look at that lieutenant who was in charge of that special search team. They showed up there with no lights in the darkness.
537, with the court's permission, may the sergeant.
We'll go over that in a break. I can beat that guy up.
Back and display for the jury.
Yes.
I'm talking about the one who got there in the morning at 6:30, 7 o'clock. That only spent 2 hours and then gave up and left the crime scene. They couldn't find a hat? That's from the 2 inches part. In 2 inches of snow, I can see that there's a hat.
We'll need more time. See if the hat fits. If the hat doesn't fit, you must quit.
Thank you, sir. You can place that back in the back. Sergeant, from your observations of Mr. Okeefe on surveillance video from both C.F. McCarthy's and the waterfall on January 29th, what, if any, similarities did you observe between hat, which you just displayed and located on the lawn of 34 Fairview Road, and the hat Mr. Okeefe was wearing in those videos?
It appears to be the same exact hat.
Now, Sergeant, with reference to the box of other items, if you could remove what, if any, items you recovered and seized from 34 Fairview Road on February 4th. And again, sir, just for the record, what's contained within that bag from February 4th?
Contained within the bag is a piece of red, hard plastic taillight cover.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce in a minute the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibit 538.
And lastly, Sergeant, with regard to the box, if you could remove the items that you seized from February 10th, 2022. And Sergeant, with respect to those 2 bags of items, if you could just inform the jury what is contained within those bags.
Bag labeled item number 10 contains 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic. Bag labeled number 11 is containing 14 pieces of glass and plastic fragments.
Thank you, Sergeant. Your Honor, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next two exhibits.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sorry, no, Your Honor, thank you.
It's 5:39 and 5:40.
I'm sorry, was that 5:39 and 5:40?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Moving on from that, if I could bring you back just one last time to the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, as far as you had testified earlier that there was no video that you observed of the defendant, Ms. Okeefe, and Ms. Roberts looking at the passenger side taillight area of the vehicle, correct?
That's correct.
Was there any video of the defendant, Ms. Okeefe, and Ms. Roberts actually leaving from One Meadows Ave on that morning of January 29th?
There was not.
Now, as far as the videos that were not there, as far as the defendant, Ms. Okeefe, Ms. Roberts leaving, the next video depicted Mr. Camerano arriving at the residence to pick up Ms. Furbridge, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And with regard to the missing video of the defendant arriving at One Meadows Ave on January 29th, sometime after midnight, the video immediately preceding that, again, would have been Mr. Camerano arriving and picking up his daughter from One Meadows Avenue sometime around 11:30 p.m., correct?
That's correct.
And those videos were both present, correct?
That's correct.
If I could bring you back to February 3rd, 2022. On that date, did you have occasion to meet with a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes, I did.
And when you met with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone from your office, was with you when you met?
Trooper Mike Proctor was from my office present during that interview.
And during the course of that interview, what, if any, documentation did Mr. Higgins provide you with?
Mr. Higgins provided me with a printout of a Celebread extraction containing conversations via text message between him and Mr. John Okeefe and between him and the defendant. He also provided a digital copy of the same extraction on a CD.
Now, what, if anything, did you advise Mr. Higgins of at that time as far as Mr. O'Keefe's phone and the defendant's phone?
I advised Mr. Higgins that we were in possession of both of those devices and would have the extraction and accurate documentation of those conversations.
And did he seem to understand that when you told him?
Yes, he understood it.
Objection.
Sustain.
Move to strike.
Strike that, folks.
Now, also on February 3rd, at some point, did you have occasion to go inside of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
And who, if anyone, did you interview inside of 34 Fairview Road on that day?
I interviewed Mrs. Albert.
That would be, just for the record, Nicole Albert, is that correct?
That's correct.
And who, if anyone, was present with you during that interview of Nicole Albert?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor was present with me.
Anybody else from the Albert family present in the home or present during the course of that interview?
Mr. Brian Albert was also present. I don't know who else exactly was present in the home. I just know that those two residents were in the room with us.
And where was Brian Albert at the time that you conducted the interview of Nicole Albert?
In the room with us, seated next to her.
Now, with reference to, I'm going to ask you just a little bit about sort of the interview process as far as the interviews that you conducted in this case.
Yes.
If you could describe for the jury, starting with sort of how many people from your unit are present for a given interview and how those interviews are conducted.
We conduct interviews always at pairs. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Typically, during a regular investigation into a homicide or any death investigation, we pair up our troopers with a local detective. In this instance, since Canton had recused themselves from interview portion of the investigation, they were not going to provide manpower for those interviews to be conducted. Thus, we had to utilize only troopers from our office in order to conduct those interviews.
And typically, obviously not perfect, but as far as the interviews that you were present for, about how long a period of time, generally speaking, were the interviews that you conducted in this case?
From my experience, I have learned that to fully communicate a course of recollection of events that an individual observes, experiences, or is aware of, and understand every detail of that experience, it would take approximately 45 minutes at a minimum to conduct a full interview with a witness in detail.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to June 9th of 2022. On that date, at some point, did you have occasion to meet with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And at some point during that meeting, did you have conversation with the defendant?
Yes, I did.
And was that conversation, or at least portions of it, memorialized in any way?
Yes, it was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. Does that contain an audio recording, to the best of your knowledge? Does that contain an audio recording of a portion of your conversation with Ms. Reed on June 9th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'll hold the seat to introduce the minutes of the next.
All right. No objection, Mr. Jackson? All right, folks, before we play this again, please be mindful of the instruction from yesterday. So you're about to hear statements allegedly made by the defendant, allegedly concerning the crimes with which she's charged in this case. Before you can consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement she's alleged to have made and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether the statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or any questioning by the police, the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor, and you must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish that for the jury at this time?
Yes, do you want to turn off the air conditioning? Is this very short, right?
It is very short, and if we could, please, yes.
Here he is again, turning off the air conditioning. As Alan Jackson takes another drink of water to make it through this.
And this is just audio, correct?
Okay, you're aware he was beaten up at Grand Conference. I mean, we're all on the same joke, right? My tail is correct and junk was pulverized.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, on hearing that statement from the defendant, what was your reaction?
Objection.
Sustained.
On hearing that statement, what, if anything, did you do?
I advised the defendant not to further speak.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
He wishes not to further speak. Hold on, what?
Now, at some point over the course of your investigation, were you made aware of forensic findings relating to the defendant's tail?
Yes, I was.
And specifically DNA findings?
Yes.
And specifically that there were...
Objection.
Sustained. Yes, you can turn the air conditioning.
He said it was his opinion that the defendant wished to not speak anymore. Is that what he said? Because I didn't hear a damn thing. You with us, Lanu? Anyway, this Karen Reed murder trial is pretty crazy. The thing that has been pointed out online about these shoes is one of the Nikes that were found on his foot does have the black sole, like the Nikes show as brand new, but the other one is missing the black part of the sole, which either A, could be the dog chewed the sole off the shoe and was biting the shoe, or B, there was some kind of DNA evidence that they wanted to remove off the shoe so you could find it 5 days later. C, he was in the house. They didn't know where the damn hat was or the shoe, that they had to, bring it out later on when, oh my God, I forgot this damn shoe and this hat. And they brought it back out to the crime scene later, and they had multiple days to say, oh, now that the snow's melting, there it is. But this shoe is going to be something you're going to hear the defense bring up for sure. This shoe that's different than the other one.
Yes.
So Sergeant Bukhenik, on January 16th, 2024, at some point in that day, did you meet with a Sergeant Gallerani of the Needham Police Department?
I did.
And who, if anyone else, well, let me ask you this. As far as any other troopers from your office, who, if anyone else, was there with yourself and Sergeant Gallerani?
Trooper Mike Proctor.
And what was the purpose of your meeting with Sergeant Gallerani and Trooper Proctor on that morning?
Collection of our DNA.
And was that something that you did voluntarily?
Yes.
And how was it that the sergeant collected your DNA?
Through a buccal swab.
And were you present when Trooper Proctor submitted to a buccal swab as well?
Yes, I was.
And then as far as the
Agree.
swabbings that were taken from both yourself and Trooper Proctor, were those logged into evidence by you, or did Sergeant Gallerani take them with him when he left?
Sergeant Gallerani took him with it when he left.
It does prove all those
Yes.
all those CDs that they burnt. The guy from the library is like, I gave you a thumb drive, and then he's like, is this CD the part that you gave here? I don't reckon I didn't give him that. They took all the information. They cut up the Sallyport video. You can see it all skipping all around yesterday, and the videos were inverted. So Michael Proctor was actually on the passenger side of the car, but they had it inverted. I'll show you that later.
Well, when officers, investigators, detectives submit digital evidence that comes from, say, a device, they don't put the device into evidence. They'll do a copy, withdraw the information, put it onto a CD. I always marked an original, maintained original for myself, and I would submit the copies into evidence, but I would mark them with whatever pertinent information needed to be on the compact disc, and my initials, and I did a little squiggly code on it. So I knew that it was the original CD that I placed into evidence. So that when I'm on the stand and they show it to you, you can say, yes, that is the one I submitted into evidence. But I kept the original in case it was ever in question. You could always come back and find the original copy.
But in this case, this fucking lion-ass police officer, they threw away the original and deleted the part where it shows what the taillight would have looked
Thank you
like
very
that
much, sir.
night.
No, I have no further
So shady,
Okay.
shady AF.
Cross-examination?
Shady AF.
Here we go, folks.
Where's the Rocky music? Where's the Rocky music? Dun, da, da, dun, da, da,
I
dun,
want
dun,
to start with one of the latter things that you discussed with Mr. Lally, and that's specific to the ring video that y'all talked about this morning. Do you have that in mind?
I do.
The search warrant that produced, and just so we're clear, I'm talking about the specific ring video or series of videos that were associated with One Meadows, John Okeefe's home.
Okay.
Okay. You didn't write the search warrant for those ring videos, did you?
I did not.
You were not the affiant for those search warrants.
I was not.
Who was the author of the search warrant and the affiant?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor.
Who received the actual Ring video or videos from the Ring Corporation?
It was Trooper Mike Proctor received it.
And who ultimately either logged those into evidence or controlled those once they were received from the Ring Corporation?
I believe it was Trooper Mike Proctor.
And ultimately, Sergeant Bukhenik, you did note that in addition to just the physical videos themselves, that login information and login keystrokes, et cetera, were requested from the Ring Corporation as well, correct?
There was discussion with Ring asking for those logs.
I'll call it, is it correct to say an activity log?
That's what was requested, yes, activity log, yes.
So ultimately, the activity log would show who logs in, who accesses the data, things of that nature, correct? Or at least that was the hope.
That is what was requested.
All right.
Oh,
It would also show logging in and executing deletions, manipulating the log files, things of that nature, correct?
That is what was requested, yes.
When you reviewed those log or activity logs, there was no evidence revealed that my client ever logged into that account, correct?
There was no activity logs provided by Ring.
So you have zero, hang on.
you have zero evidence that she logged in there and deleted anything, correct? So don't you think it could have been Michael Proctor who deleted the evidence that made her look innocent?
He wouldn't have. Proctor wouldn't have had access to her Ring, a personal Ring account.
When they
Isn't it true that Ring contacted Trooper Proctor and indicated that they had created a Dropbox folder that contained the evidence that had been sought in the search warrant?
Objection.
Sustained.
Isn't it true that the search warrant return specified account information, video recordings, and number 3, activity logs associated with video recordings are all times displayed in UTC?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Do you recall that activity logs were in fact provided from the Ring Corporation?
I do not recall that, no.
Okay. May I approach briefly?
Yes.
he's not as easy to answer questions now that he's being asked questions that make him look like a lying piece of.
I don't think you have any foundation to say this man is
Take a
lying.
look, Sergeant, at that paragraph, with my fingers on it, it's like the 3rd paragraph down, the middle of the page, and review that to yourself and let me know when you're finished.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is probably one of the best parts of the whole entire trial. If you're watching a live stream, definitely like and share. Share this stream right now and let them know this is the part that gets good. Share this stream right now. Joe Lanou, Kingdom Radio Texas, We the People Live. This is what's going on. Share it with a friend. This is great, great content.
So, I mean, I hear you saying the dirty police, but this guy has been able to back up everything that he said with evidence, photographs, and reports to document how he conducted the investigation. I do expect because Trooper Proctor, we know he did not do at the same professional level. I expect everything they're going to evoke from him is that he may have been involved, but Trooper Proctor did it. They're going to try to cast as much shadow onto Trooper Proctor as they can. I think that's the only defense. Only thing the defense can do at this point against this witness.
Well, this guy is not going to be standing in line saying, "Ask me a question. I would love to throw Trooper Proctor under the bus." That is not what you're going to hear today. He is going to be not very forthcoming with any evidence that makes Trooper Proctor look like he should have lost
Have you had
his
an
job back
opportunity
in
to
the
review
day.
that?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Because if Trooper Proctor,
Well, they established that with
Does
his
this refresh the recollection as
testimony
to the
early.
items received from the Ring Corporation?
That is the first time I saw that document, so it does not refresh my recollection. I simply read it.
So do you have a recollection as you sit here that in fact during the course of your investigation, the three items that you received from Ring Corporation were the account information, the video recordings, and quote, activity logs associated with the video recordings, all times displayed in UTC?
To the extent of its availability, as it says in that document.
Okay. The long and short of it is, during the entire course of your investigation, you never revealed that investigation never revealed any evidence whatsoever that my client ever even accessed the account information for the Ring account associated with this search warrant, correct?
Nothing provided by Ring proved or suggested or proved any evidence of that type of activity, no.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, you were notified.
I am not Trooper Proctor.
I'm sorry. No, you're not.
I just wanted to say
Sergeant
it another
Bukhenik.
time.
Sergeant Bukhenik.
How do I say it?
Bukhenik.
Bukhenik.
Bukhenik?
Yes.
Is that better?
I'm not
Thank you.
Turbo Proctor. I'm
If I
Bukhenik.
screw it up again, please. On January 29th, you were notified about a Boston police officer found gravely injured outside the home of 34 Fairview at about 6:40 in the morning. Was that your testimony?
That is not.
What time were you notified?
I was not notified it was a Boston police officer.
So you didn't have that information upon the first notification?
I did not.
Okay, what information did you have?
There was a male party in the snowbank, possibly of a heart attack.
At what point did you learn that the individual was in fact a sworn Boston police officer?
I do not know exactly when I learned that he was a Boston police officer.
You think it was during that day or the following day?
It was most likely that day, either. Yeah.
Fair enough. Trooper Proctor was ultimately assigned as the, what did you call him? Not lead investigator, but case officer?
That's correct.
He was assigned on the 29th, correct?
He was on call from 7 a.m. on January 28th until 7 a.m. on January 29th.
So his assignment was, he was assigned on the 29th because he was on call.
He was on call. His assignment took effect when the schedule came out back in mid-December.
Okay. Well, he wouldn't be assigned to this investigation until there was a need for the investigation, right? And that's all I'm getting to. And once the call came in, he was the assigned case agent.
Once the calls come in, the person that's on call is automatically assigned that case.
All right. Did you personally, as his supervisor, did you personally respond to 34 Fairview at any point on January 29th?
No, I did not.
Did Trooper Proctor, at your direction or on his own, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time on January 29th?
No, he did not.
Based on your initial investigation, and I'm talking about going way back, Sergeant, on your initial investigation, by 10 or 10:30 in the morning, 10:40 in the morning, it was your belief that Mr. Okeefe had been struck in the face by a person. That was your initial understanding of the circumstances surrounding the investigation, correct?
My initial understanding was that
Not one witness.
that's not correct. We had already interviewed the first responders.
Okay, when I say witness, I'm talking about civilian.
Michael Proctor, I think, pulled the plug on the feed.
You hadn't been
Damn Trooper Proctor.
a person at 34
Yeah,
Fairview or
something happened.
associated.
Definitely Michael
civilians
Proctor's
associated
be
with
the
this
first
incident,
place.
correct?
At that point, no civilians have been interviewed, no.
But at 10:41, Sergeant, you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital to inform them that, quote, Mr. Okeefe was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, end quote, correct?
I do not recall contacting Good Samaritan Hospital.
May I approach?
Yes.
He's saying that he
I'd like you
reported he
to
was struck in the face
take a look at this document.
and never
if you wouldn't
interviewed
mind,
any witnesses, is what you
pay
did.
special attention to the second page, the bottom paragraph where it's tabbed in pink.
Alan Jackson's got your ass, bro, and he's about to run you down through the ringer. You got Joe Lanou, former police officer, that just wants to give you the benefit of the doubt, but this is going to be very difficult. He's about to eat your ass out.
Well, when you take out the emotions and all the subjective things that make your how you've come to your assessment, then you have to lay on my side, because they laid the prosecution laid the foundation down before that. He was with Proctor. He supervised Proctor. Everything that Proctor did, even if Proctor wasn't the greatest guy, he went through as a filter. So we'll see how he does.
Oh, he's gonna get beat up bad here.
We'll see.
What's the over under that he still has a job after this?
I think 100%. Like I say, he comes to the stand with the receipts, and he's not looking for nudes. He's not trying to hit on somebody's girlfriend. He's out there doing his job. So I got some respect for this guy, and he's got the pretty nice cufflinks. I mean, check those out.
Yeah, the American flag cufflinks are nice, but you haven't heard the cross-examination yet. After ATF agent Brian Higgins was done, you had a different story, and I think it's going to be the same here.
No. When he started talking about texting this other officer's girlfriend, I had no different story. What are you talking about? Oh, Lisa said we may have a Perry Mason moment. Let's see.
You said that he was hit in the face and you never interviewed anyone else. No, I did not say that. No. Okay, well, let me draw your attention to this piece of paper that says that's what you fucking said, dude. I'm gonna have to take another look at that. And he's reading it right now thinking, what the hell am I gonna say now? Shit. They got me.
Let's see.
Yes.
This good cop, bad cop routine is going pretty good there. I will say that at least.
Having reviewed this,
Your argument's weak.
Your recollection that you contacted Good Samaritan Hospital and gave them an assessment, at least based on your investigation at that time.
That is not true.
What did you say to Good Samaritan Hospital?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital. That document is for the medical examiner's office.
I'm not asking you where the document is from. I'm asking you if the document says Trooper Yuri Bukhenik called back at 10:41 stating the case is now being treated as a suspicion.
The objection sustained.
Did you call back to Good Samaritan Hospital and say that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious due to a domestic situation? Did you say that?
I never spoke to Good Samaritan Hospital.
Did you say that there's a possibility that D was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever contact anybody at any medical facility and indicate that the investigation was being treated as a suspicious, in quotation marks, because the victim appeared to have been struck in the face by a cocktail glass?
Objection.
Allow that. Did you ever say that?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, I did say that to the medical examiner's operations desk.
Okay, so when I was asking you if you ever sent it to Good Sam, you said, no, that's not true. That's never happened. You were correcting me on the fact that it happened at the medical examiner's office, not at Good Sam.
I responded and answered your question honestly, yes.
Okay, so honestly, you did, in fact, at 10:41 a.m. indicate to another professional involved in the investigation that the circumstance was being treated as a physical assault at that point, correct?
I communicated our suspicions to the medical examiner's office.
And that was at 10:41 or thereabouts in the morning, correct?
That's correct.
Your initial investigation during those obviously critical hours, the beginning hours, led you to believe that there was at least a good possibility you indicated that you made a phone call, that it was a physical altercation that led to John Okeefe's death, correct?
That's correct, yes.
What steps did you take, sir, in those moments, to determine whether someone in the house at 34 Fairview may have been involved in that physical altercation that you suspected at the time?
As investigations develop, we followed the evidence and statements made. The steps I took was Trooper Proctor and I proceeded to an eyewitness who was also present at the scene when the victim was discovered and interviewed Ms. McCabe.
And prior to that, prior to interviewing Ms. McCabe, by the way, that was at Ms. McCabe's home, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Even though you believe that there may have been a physical altercation, you didn't ask anybody to come down to the station. Is that right? Any of the witnesses?
That's correct.
And you did not seek to actually go to the physical location of 34 Fairview in those next few hours,
That's correct.
or the next few days, correct?
Not myself, no.
Okay. As a matter of fact, Trooper Proctor did not either, did he?
No, he did not.
You didn't secure the interior of the house as a potential crime scene. You certainly know how to do that, right?
That's a compound question. Do you want me to answer whether I did it or whether I know how to do it?
Well, I'll ask the question. If you can answer it, please answer it.
Okay.
Can you answer that question?
I can answer that question.
Why don't you answer both of them then?
First portion is we did not secure the home as a crime scene. And the second portion, yes, I do know how to do that.
And you didn't, as a Massachusetts State Police official, you didn't secure the outside as a crime scene either, did you?
I did not know.
To your knowledge, nobody else from Massachusetts State Police ever did either, did they?
Yes, they did.
How was that done and when?
When members of our office and the CERT team responded to that location and secured the front yard grass area and processed it.
That was at 5:45, 6 o'clock that night on the 29th?
I believe it was earlier, but I was not present, so I can't testify to the time.
So you don't know personally what they did to quote unquote secure or not secure the crime scene. You know they searched it, but in terms of securing it as a crime scene, you don't have personal knowledge to that.
I was not present.
You never took any photos of the interior of the house, correct?
I did not know.
You never caused CSSS to go inside the house and process that house as a potential crime scene, correct?
I did not know.
No forensic criminalist at your direction ever went into 34 Fairview?
No, they did not.
Your cheeks are getting a little red
And
there,
the people
bro.
that you
Just calm down.
interviewed on
Breathing.
January 29th, you already mentioned Ms. McCabe. The other people were her husband, Matt McCabe, correct?
That's correct.
And her brother-in-law, Brian Albert. Is that right?
That is correct.
And all three of them were interviewed where?
They were interviewed at the McCabe residence.
Now, yesterday when you testified, did you indicate that Brian Albert was not present in the home when you interviewed Matt McCabe and Jennifer McCabe?
He was not present in the dining room when we were interviewing each individual separately.
So if all three of them testified that he arrived before you arrived, they would all be wrong.
I did not see him in the home when we arrived, no.
I want to switch gears real quick to a couple of the physical items that you testified about yesterday, specifically the gray shirt or the gray hoodie and the orange shirt. You and Trooper Proctor collected both of those items you indicated from the floor of the hospital at Good Samaritan, correct?
That's correct.
You testified that you and Trooper Proctor immediately bagged both of those items. They were sort of sopping wet, I think you said.
That's correct.
You indicated that the bags were so wet that you had to take the items back out of the bags and then lay them out on, I think you said, butcher paper. Is that right?
The items were soaked and wet. They were bagged double bagged, to prevent leakage of physiological fluids and the moisture coming off of it. And then once they were transported to the office, they were laid out on butcher paper in order to dry naturally.
So you went from Good Samaritan directly to Dayton, correct?
That is correct.
And then you went from Dayton directly to the Canton Police Department, after which you had seized the vehicle, correct? And the phone.
We seized the phone and the vehicle in Dayton and then followed the tow truck straight to the Canton Police Department.
So at some point, if you had received or gathered the wet clothing at Good Sam, went from Good Sam to Dayton Canton PD, at what point that evening did you finally get those items of clothing out and laid out to dry?
It was late that night, around 10 or so.
So where were the items in the meantime?
They were stored in the back passenger compartment of my pickup truck.
In those double bags.
Correct.
Who took control of the items to then lay them out late that night at the office?
I do not recall.
Is that you or Trooper Proctor?
I don't recall. I don't remember.
At some point, obviously, it was getting late. You'd been on duty for a long time that day. You went home at some point, correct?
At some point, yes.
Did you wait for those clothes to dry before you went home, or did you leave that in Trooper Proctor's hands?
No, once they were laid out in the processing area in the office, we went home.
Okay. Who would have controlled those items of evidence when you left?
Well, they're under lock and key within the secure area of the district attorney's office, so they're secured. Nobody's in physical control watching guard over them.
Who had access to that area?
Troopers in our office.
Meaning you, obviously.
Yes.
Supervisor. Trooper Proctor as well, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Ultimately, given the fact that he was the case officer, sort of in charge, the lead, he would have bagged those items up, been responsible for taking those items, tagging them, getting them stored wherever they needed to be stored and processed, correct?
As a case officer, he could direct other people to perform those tasks for him. The evidence officers in the office log in the evidence, and once it was dried, it was sealed up, bagged, and put into storage. As far as who actually performed those tasks, I do not know.
Well, yesterday, Your Honor, may I approach course, right? There's a couple of evidence.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. This is not a vision contest. I'll bring these up to you in just a second, but just for familiarity's sake, do you recognize these two bags as bags that you brought to court with you yesterday?
They look familiar, yes.
Okay. This one has a 437 on it on my right. The one on my left has a 438 on it. May I approach it briefly?
Yes.
I'm not going to ask you to open those. Don't worry about gloving up at this point. The bag on your left, which one is that? 437 or 438?
The bag on my left is 437.
437. Okay. And you indicated that those items were bagged after the clothing was dried and then ultimately processed in, logged in, correct?
Once the items dried, they were bagged and logged in, waiting process, yes.
But you didn't personally do that.
No, I did not, no.
Matter of fact, looking at the bag on your right, what's been marked as exhibit 430, help me, 438, thank you. That one has some writing on it, correct?
Yes, it has a lot of hand writing on it, yes.
And that, whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
You've seen Trooper Proctor's handwriting 1,000 times, I guess, correct?
Not 1,000 times, but
Does it look like his writing?
It says Trooper Proctor on it, but other than that, I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting looks like.
All right.
Liar.
It indicates that Trooper Proctor is the one that bagged that item or those items up, correct?
Yes, this bag indicates that the item was collected by Trooper Proctor on 129.
Right.
At 10.
And it says Brockton, correct?
Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, yes.
You just took the question out of my mouth. That's where Good Samaritan Hospital is, correct?
That's correct.
And there's a tag or a printed label, looks like a label maker of some sort, that is on that physical bag, correct?
Yes.
Before we get to that, what's the description on that bag in handwriting?
I'm sorry, can you be specific as to description of what or?
Where it says description of items.
Description of enclosed evidence?
Correct.
It says 1 orange t-shirt, 1 gray long sleeve shirt.
Okay, so may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And before I do that, just so I close this loop, what's the description on the bag to your left, the one that looks like it's less sprinkled?
Number 437?
Yes, if you would read the same clothing description.
The description of enclosed evidence states sweatshirt with recovered items inside container.
Okay, may I approach now?
Yes.
Thank you. Yesterday when you opened, I'll keep my voice up. Yesterday when you opened these two bags, this one, 437, has the gray sweatshirt in it. 438 has the orange t-shirt in it now, correct?
That's what was in the bag, yes.
All right. However, the bag indicates at one point, this bag, 438, the physical bag I'm holding in my left hand, had both the sweatshirt and the t-shirt together, correct?
That's what the description is. I do not know if that was in case or in fact the case.
The reason you don't know is because you're not the one that bagged Trooper Proctor did, correct?
The reason I don't know is I wasn't present during the separation of those items, and I did not observe it taking place, nor was I made aware of how the items were separated or when.
You are aware, however, that tag that's on the label maker looking tag, the white tag that's on that bag indicates that indicates a date of February 4th, correct?
You'd have to bring that back up. I'm
sorry.
I didn't take note of that.
My fault. May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Just direct your attention to the tag and the date associated with that tag.
Now this is
The label maker tag does have the date February 4th, 2022 on bag number exhibit 438.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you, Sergeant.
now this is the best defense money can buy. So if he can't get it done, it just can't be done, in my opinion.
That's obviously 6 days after the item was actually recovered on the 29th, correct?
Yes, it is.
So that indicates, at least based on that tag, that item was not booked into evidence and processed until 6 days after it was actually recovered on the floor at Good Samaritan Hospital. Is that right?
The date indicates February 4th, 2022.
Right. And that date would be indicative, in your experience, of the date that it's moved into processing by some other folks, the evidence sergeants or whomever, or the evidence officers rather, or whomever, correct?
I can't speak to their procedures as far as when they print the date. That date could be when they printed the label, but the bag might have been tagged otherwise. I do not know that.
But there's no other tag on that bag that suggests an earlier date, correct?
There's just that one tag from the label maker.
So the
My
answer is
question to
no.
you, if you know, sir, and you may not know, is what was happening to these items between January 29th, after you lost sight of them that night on the butcher paper, and February 4th, when that tag indicates that they were first processed?
To the best of my knowledge, those items were drying on the butcher paper.
for
There
6
should be a
days.
chain of custody form that lists everyone who handled,
If
touched,
that's what the
dried,
label maker
packaged,
says, yes, for
moved
6
it,
days.
locked
They
it,
were soaking wet.
every bit of it.
And those would have been certainly accessible to and in the possession of the lead case officer in the case, was Trooper Proctor, right?
Yes, if Trooper Proctor needed to review those items, he would have access to those items. Absolutely.
And you're also aware that the first actual log of any chain of custody for those items is March 14th, when they were finally submitted 6 weeks later to the crime lab.
That is not true. The first actual log of those items is when we collected them from the hospital.
Where's the log? I'm talking about the physical log, like sign in, sign out log. Where's the log?
It's documented in the reports saying that we collected them.
I know that there's a report.
Yeah, that's a
Everybody
problem.
can write a report, right? I could write a report, doesn't mean anything. I'm asking for a log.
Objection.
So the objection sustained.
Obviously, when items move in and out of people's custody in an official capacity for the Massachusetts State Police, there's a log of that, correct?
It's documented. Yes.
Or at least it should be.
Ask the policy. What's
It's
the policy?
documented.
Where's the log of these items before March 14th?
It's documented in the report.
There is no log, is there, Sergeant?
I do not know.
I want to talk a little
You
bit
don't know
about
if there is a log or not? Fucking liar.
some searches that Mr. Lally asked you about, February 4th and February 10th, very specifically. Both of those searches you were involved with out at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
But Sergeant, you didn't personally write a report about your conduct at 34 Fairview on either of those 2 days. In other words, you didn't go back to the station and generate a report yourself.
I don't recall doing that, no.
There were no photos that you took of the items at the location.
I did.
Those took photos, correct?
I did not take photos of the items.
Okay. And the first report that indicates anything that happened or was recovered at the location on either February 4th or February 10th, that was first notated in a report dated November 4th, 2023, year and several months later, correct?
If you say so, I do not know the exact date. That report would have to be presented to me.
May I approach?
Yes.
Because it is going to be presented to you right here. You fucking lying piece of shit.
You don't have to read the whole thing, but if you can skip to the part that talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches.
But I agree with you 100%, Joe. He got some nice cufflinks.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were finished already. What's the date of that? Well, let me ask a foundational question. Does that refresh your recollection as to the date of the report that actually talks about the February 4th and February 10th searches?
It does.
And what's the date of that report, sir?
This report is dated November 4th, 2023.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, as it relates to those 2 searches, I'd like to ask you a little bit about the February 4th search first. You indicated that you actually responded to 34 Fairview personally, correct?
I was responding to that location on my own. I personally responded, yes.
Okay. That was because you had received information that Chief Berkowitz had seen something or found something. Is that right? Chief Berkowitz from Canton PD.
That is not correct, no.
Okay. So when you got there, was Chief Berkowitz there?
Yes, he was.
You just happened to go by 34 Fairview at the exact same time on the exact same date as Chief Berkowitz, or was that coordinated in some way?
There was no coordination between me and Chief Berkowitz. As I testified, I had directed the troopers to go by the location. I planned to go by the location in the morning on the way to the office and in the afternoon on the way home, just to see if any more items would reveal themselves. So that morning, I was actually traveling to that location in order to conduct a view of the area to see if any more evidence had been revealed. Prior to my arrival, approximately while I was on Chapman Street, I received a call indicating that Chief Berkowitz was at the location, yes.
And was there also an Officer Lank, Sergeant Lank?
I do not know if Sergeant Lank was there, no.
Okay. Chief Berkowitz certainly was there.
Yes,
And Chief Berkowitz indicated that as he was driving by, he saw a piece of glass
yes.
and stopped his car and then started making phone calls.
I believe that's what he indicated to the caller, yes.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by the location in the first place?
Absolutely not.
Okay. You knew at that point that the Canton Police Department had been recused because of at least an appearance or potential for a conflict of interest, correct?
I knew they recused themselves due to only in respect to interviews. They didn't want to conduct interviews with us side by side.
I mean, if there's a conflict of interest, Sergeant, for a department, conducting the interviews is just one aspect of an investigation, correct?
I'm not going to speak like a conflict of interest, but yes, conducting an interview is just one aspect of the investigation, yes.
So is it your testimony that your understanding was they couldn't conduct interviews, but they could collect evidence, store evidence, write search warrants, get returns on search warrants, execute search warrants, conduct searches? They could do all that but not conduct interviews?
My understanding was they were recusing themselves from conducting interviews. They still allowed us to use their facilities. We utilized their conference room to conduct interviews. There was evidence being stored at their Sally Port, being the vehicle. So that was my understanding.
Isn't it true that you knew that the entirety of the Canton Police Department had recused itself because of a familiarity between one of their members, Kevin Albert, and the Albert family on whose lawn John Okeefe was found? That was the conflict, correct?
I knew that was the connection between them, yes.
And you understood, sir, that that agency was to have nothing from an investigative standpoint, nothing to do with this investigation, correct?
They were not conducting the investigation, no.
Matter of fact, Trooper Proctor and you supervising him, y'all were conducting the investigation, right?
Our office was conducting the investigation.
So did you find it unusual or suspicious in any way that the chief of police for the conflicted Canton PD was the person driving by 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Sergeant?
He would have to repeat it. There's just so much I can't.
Yeah.
There was a little
The whole
more. I'll
sentence,
try
not
again.
just
Did
can.
you find that suspicious?
Which part? You have to repeat the whole thing.
That Chief Berkowitz from the conflicted Canton PD was at 34 Fairview looking for evidence?
The way you posed the question, I did not find it suspicious at all. He's the chief of the police in the town where he works, and he's driving down the street. I mean, that's not suspicious.
With a conflict of interest on the very case that he's driving by.
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll give that to a win to the defense. I agree.
You certainly knew, as a supervisor over the case officer, that any involvement by Canton Police Department, given the fact that there's a potential conflict, any involvement by them could compromise your otherwise clean investigation. You knew that, right?
Not necessarily, no.
Yeah, you got a lot
Chief
there.
Berkowitz disclosed to you that morning on February 4th that he had been communicating with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, two witnesses on your case that morning.
Objection.
Sustained.
If you knew information about communication between and among Canton PD and your witnesses, you would find that inappropriate, would you not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You returned to the scene on February 10th, is that right? To conduct another search, you said.
I was present on the 10th, yes.
Who dispatched you back to, or did anybody dispatch you back to that location on February 10th? How did you end up there is a better way to ask it.
February 10th, just like previous days, we made plans to go to the location in the morning, in the afternoon, drive by. I was on my way to work and to home. So I traveled that route on purpose. And as evidence revealed itself due to the natural melting of the snow, we would stop and collect the visible evidence.
You believe at this point, sir, that whatever you might collect at the scene would obviously be important, correct?
Anything we collected that had evidentiary value or presented itself as somehow related to the crime or the incident would be collected.
And it would be important to the investigation, right? You treat it as important.
It is important, yes.
So my question is, was, especially as it relates to the February 10th search, where there were multiple items found, did you seek to have CSSS come out and actually either mark with GPS coordinates or measure with cross coordinates exactly where each item of evidence was found?
We did not do that. We had collected so much evidence already, and so much has been documented at that point, that we did not contact crime scene services to come back out and photograph more shards of glass and plastic. We simply collected it for processing.
So the location of each one of those items was not of that great importance to you, at least at that time?
It was of great importance as to the fact that it was located in the vicinity where the victim was found and in the vicinity of other items located of the same characteristic, shape, size, and color.
So that's my question, Sergeant. What does vicinity mean?
In the area.
Okay, what does area mean?
It's a location, specific location.
Okay, are we talking about, because we do this all day, I guess, are we talking about an area of 5 feet or an area of 50 feet?
Give or take
Based on where
16.
the items were recovered, we're talking about an area approximately of 30 square feet between the roadway into the grass. It's the
We saw photographs, Sergeant, of items that were butted up against a fire hydrant in one instance, correct? Is that yes?
That's correct, yes.
A drinking straw that's out in the road, correct?
That's correct.
Another shard of glass that's in the grass, closer to the flagpole, correct?
Correct.
A hat that's under the snow, adjacent to the left side of the flagpole, correct? I'm sorry, it wasn't. It was closer to the electrical box, wasn't it?
No, the pictures documented where the hat was. It was to the right of the flagpole.
So
I
these
will
Sergeant
gig
Black,
them
the
that they
point I'm
didn't produce
asking
a
is,
scaled
did you seek to use
evidence map of
basic
where everything was found.
cross-reference measurements
That's a problem.
From something that you know is a known object, like for instance, I don't know, a flagpole or a fire hydrant. 27 inches to the north and a foot and a half to the south of those two known points. That would give you a cross coordinate, correct?
It would document the exact location, correct?
And you did not do that with any of these items, correct?
The items that were not photographed were not also GPS located, but they were within the same vicinity of where the other items were collected.
But again, now we're back to the same question.
No, that's weak documentation
Your
of the
word
crime
for
scene.
vicinity
I'm
might
not,
be different
I'm
than my
on
word for
Cuffling
vicinity,
Boy's side
right?
with this one.
Objection.
Sustain.
This, you notice how every time he's lying and he's trying to like,
When you recover
convince-
these items.
he looks at the
or any
jury.
items,
You believe me, don't
It's
you?
obviously important to memorialize on the evidence bag or in some other way exactly where
I'm
they're
not saying
found,
this man
who
is
found
lying.
them,
I
the
think
date,
that's
time,
a
et cetera,
stretch.
correct?
We do the best we can to document all known information on each evidence item bagged at the time.
And in terms of the February 10th search, I want to just ask you a couple of quick questions about that evidence bag. Did you bag the items into a single evidence bag that you found that day, or do you recall?
I would have to see the bag. If you have those available, I'll take a look. I can answer.
With the court's permission, exhibit, I think it's 310 that was entered into evidence yesterday. I'd like to display that for us.
Okay.
Yeah, I think shoddy police work and not very forthcoming with evidence, especially that says
You're
something
looking at a
about
photograph of
Michael
what was
Proctor.
previously entered into evidence as 310. Can you see that from where you're at. I don't have the evidence back with me, so if you don't, I can certainly ask the space to enlarge it.
If you can enlarge it, please.
Just a portion of the right. Runner, may I approach?
Yes.
I didn't realize I've got a photograph of it.
Do you need the lights on, Sergeant?
Please.
There you go.
Thank you.
Should make it easier. Sergeant, have you been able to familiarize yourself with that evidence bag?
With the photograph, yes.
Okay, thank you. Taking a look at that evidence bag, it has the information on it, has your name is collected by, correct?
Correct.
The date of collection is February 10th, is that right?
That's what it says, yes.
Okay. And it indicates multiple pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, right? It actually says 6 pieces of red, black, and clear plastic, correct?
That's correct.
But that is not an evidence bag that was filled out by you.
I did not fill that bag out, no.
As a matter of fact, that's Trooper Proctor's handwriting.
I do not know what Trooper Proctor's handwriting is. I cannot confirm that that's his handwriting.
But it's not your handwriting.
It is not my handwriting, no.
So
He's Trooper
Are you aware
boss and
that
doesn't
this
know his
particular
handwriting?
bag-
Come on.
that bag that contained those 6 items of plastic material that you already deemed was incredibly important to the investigation was never brought into any evidence until March 14th, the date that it was submitted to the crime lab.
I was not aware of that, no.
We can take that down, Mr. Bates. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Did you ever draft a report yourself documenting the recovery of those 6 items and the other 14 items that you said that you found on the same date, February 10th?
I did not, no.
Did you leave that assuming that Trooper Proctor would document that?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
I'll ask it another way if I can. Did you believe that you didn't need to write a report, Sergeant, because Trooper Proctor would take care of that?
I knew that it would be documented. It was already documented on the actual bag as far as who collected it, when, where, what it was, and a report eventually would be authored on it.
But the where, for all these very intricate pieces, the where is left to 3430 on that, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Is that right?
The general vicinity location of the other items collected and documented with photographs was consistent with the same locations this was collected.
I want to shift gears for just a second. Well, actually, I want to ask one final question about that item. Based on the documentation that you just mentioned, that it's documented on the bag, and if the bag is presented to the crime lab on on March 14th, some 5 weeks later, those items were completely unaccounted for from a log standpoint for the entire time from when they were collected until they were booked at the crime lab, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Possession of those items, of those 4, 5, 6 weeks.
Are you talking about the items that were just displayed on the screen?
I am, sir.
I did not.
Now I'd like to shift gears to a ring video that you saw yesterday. It's in Exhibit 6, video number 153. That may mean nothing to you. It's the 5:07 a.m. video of this Reach car pulling out of the One Meadows Garage. Do you remember that video?
I do.
Okay. You indicated yesterday on questioning, under questioning by Mr. Lally, that Miss Reed's car came in contact with or close to coming in contact with the other vehicle, the Traverse, in the video. Is that right?
The video, as I watched the video, I observed the vehicle come near Mr. O'Keefe's car.
Okay, that's what I want to talk about. With the court's permission, may we play that video one more time? If you can pull that up, and then I'm going to ask you to pause it and get out of the way. Okay, you just play that for a quick second, and then I'll ask you to pause it. Pause. Does that appear to be, I'm just pausing it in the first 2 or 3 seconds, does that appear to be the video that you saw yesterday?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay. Mr. Bates, if you could enlarge the area around the left rear tire of the Traverse. I'm going to ask you, sir, if you'll pay close attention to what's been zoomed, and when the SUV gets close to it, I'm going to pause it and ask you another question. Can you go ahead and play this?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this.
So why don't we pause the screen, take it down, and I'll see you at sidebar.
All right, Lanu, I need to call you to the stand, brother. Are you out there? So here's something like, let's say that you're the boss and someone that works for you that is taking reports from you all the time. You have a working relationship and you're submitting reports on a daily basis, I would imagine, for multiple reasons. Now, your boss cannot say, damn, that looks like Joe Lanu's handwriting or so-and-so's handwriting that works for you that reports there. That's complete bullshit. Not buying that one bit. That's just another thing that you don't know his hand. You don't know Michael Proctor. No, I couldn't tell you what Michael Proctor's handwriting. And you're the main person at the state police department, detective, and you can't identify someone who works for you's handwriting? No way, dude. No way. And Range-Minded Podcast, I do appreciate the fact that you think that I'm just all over Turtle Boy and all this other kind of stuff. But there's just the top two people that I think are the lowest scum of the earth is people who mess with kids. That's number one. People who mess with kids and abuse kids, that's number one. Piece of shit needs to be killed immediately. And the second one is dirty ass cops. And this guy is covering for, if not is also a dirty ass cop. And that's number two. But Dante, I agree, bro. Aunt Bev to the rescue here. Aunt Bev to the rescue. Yeah, there's going to be a close-up of the taillight lens that shows it hanging off 100%. I seen it. Joe pretended not to see it yesterday.
Sure.
But we're going to see it right here and get one more close look at this taillight hanging off, like dangling off.
The rear area of the Traverse. And this is pay special attention to the back wheel and any movement that you may or may not see. Okay, in about the next 3 seconds, Sergeant, I'm asking you to pay special attention to the wheel. Go ahead. We can have the lights on. And you can take that down. Sergeant, were you able to see that video? I know it's not the clearest thing in the world, but were you able to see that video okay?
Yes,
What
I
did
did.
you notice about the rear wheel of the Traverse?
Based on the motion in the shot with the snow falling, it appears that there is movement, but the video speaks for itself.
what would you assess based on the movement of the rear wheel of the Traverse about whether or not the two vehicles came in contact with one another?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay.
I know range minded. I'm just giving you a hard time too. But
I have
Dante,
just a moment on.
Yes.
Dante, I put a link, and everyone else, if you would like to be part of the audio commentary in between, I put a link over there. Join us on StreamYard. Obviously, it'll be just an audio version, but we'd love to hear your comments live if you'd like to jump in and participate. That goes for anyone. I just posted that on the YouTube, and I will also post it right now on X.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm trying to use my time wisely, Your Honor. Yesterday, Sergeant, you were asked about a couple of videos related to the Sallyport garage. You have that in mind?
Yes.
Matter of fact, we watched one of them pretty specifically toward the end of the day yesterday. Did you actually, I want to talk about the one that is the clearer of the two where you slip. You remember that one?
If you pull it up, I can.
I will in just a second.
Okay.
There was one where Mr. Lally paused it and you were slipping in front of the vehicle.
I don't recall myself slipping, no, but it was icy that day. So if there's documentation of me slipping,
Fair enough. I didn't mean anything by that other than that was a moment that I thought you might recall.
I'm not saying you're clumsy, just your police work is.
446, but I don't think that's.
But
all right, let's see if I can do this another way. Did you actually personally go to Canton PD to retrieve any or all of the videos of the Sallyport? You yourself?
I did go to Canton and collect already extracted video.
Okay.
But it was a portion of video surveillance. I didn't collect all of the video, so
When was the most recent time that you went to Canton to collect a portion of the video?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Did you review let me ask it this way. Did you collect the video that was sought on or about April 23rd, April 24th this year? Meaning just a few weeks ago.
Did I collect it?
Correct.
I did not collect that video of April this year, no.
You're aware that the video that you saw yesterday was in fact collected after the trial started in April of 2024?
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you aware of when that video that we saw yesterday was collected?
Objection.
Oh.
I am not aware.
come on up, Bev.
Was yesterday the first time you'd seen that video?
No.
When had you seen that video previously?
A couple of weeks ago.
Okay, what were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you have a meeting with the DA?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any kind of communication with Mr. Lally about your testimony?
Objection.
Sustained.
A reproach.
Yes.
You think that did it, Kingdom?
No, I mean, you can put 5,000 pieces of evidence in front of someone and they all say that more than likely that this person's lying, but you're just not going to convince someone until you have a smoking gun. I mean, I think reasonable doubt that Karen Reed did not do what they're claiming. Yes. Is this guy actually doing some shoddy ass police work? Yes. Would Michael Proctor be a better person to interview? Yes. But is Alan Jackson going to make him look like he doesn't even deserve a job investigating crimes? Yes, I think that's what you're looking at here. And his name is Trooper Bukhenik. It's actually not Bukaki. It's Bukhenik, and he's from
Bukhenik.
Russia. Oh, Bukhenik.
Bukhenik is the man's name.
Bukhenik. If there's an I in it, this is how you spell it.
I said that
Bukhenik.
yesterday.
You said Bukhenik yesterday or Bukhenik?
I think I said both, to be honest with you.
Well, I think that you were telling the truth. Since you had a Chick-fil-A sweet tea in your hand, you had to have been telling the truth. What else could have been it?
No, I had 2 sweet tea.
Yeah, if you have a blue line on your license plate, you got to be telling the truth. Right, Joe?
Oh, Lord, here we go.
You are unmuted.
Yeah, you're unmuted.
Yeah, you're unmuted. And there is a
or you're outright lying. There is no in between.
Yes.
Thank you.
True.
Sergeant, did you have any meetings or communications with Mr. Lally in anticipation of your testimony?
Yes.
When was that?
I think Okeefe's brother's not there today.
It was about 2 weeks ago. And then
Yeah, he's
last week, I believe.
And what was discussed?
He's not
Jim.
in his normal seat.
Generally, we discussed the portions of the case that I would be presenting.
Did you write a report about your communications with Mr. Lally?
No, I did not.
Were you shown any of the videos that you've seen here in anticipation of your testimony?
Not during the first meeting. I did review a video during the second time.
Okay, and that video was that you did see the second time was the interior video of the Sally Port that we saw yesterday, correct?
I'm just trying to remember exactly what video I saw. I had reviewed videos outside of our meeting, so I don't remember exactly what video Mr. Lally showed me.
Of course.
But you do recall seeing the video that you saw yesterday, the sort of clear one that has the crime scene tape being put up and all that. You have seen that one before,
Yes,
and that was with Mr. Lally, correct?
that is not correct because I do not recall when I saw that video or what video I saw with Mr. Lally.
I see. All right. I'd like to talk about that exhibit 446 for a second, and then I'll show it to you. You indicated that the video all the videos, everything that you saw yesterday was true and accurate, correct? Based on your memory of the events that were memorialized in the video?
The video captures events taking place in accurate fashion, yes.
In an accurate fashion. All right, that's what I wanted to find out. And after you watched the video, I think you were asked by Mr. Lally, does the video show you or Trooper Proctor having access to or messing with in any way that right rear tail light in any fashion? And you said, never.
I was asked if at any point Trooper Proctor and I had came into contact, I believe, or touched the vehicle and that portion of the vehicle. And I said, never, we never touched the vehicle prior to it being properly processed with a search warrant.
And that was specifically his question was to, and your answer was to the right rear portion of the vehicle, right? That right rear tail light.
The right rear damaged taillight, correct.
With the court's permission, I'd like to play a portion of Exhibit 446.
Okay.
Before we begin playing it, Mr. Bates, if you wouldn't mind, may I inquire, Your Honor, of the witness, just to lay a foundation? Sergeant, do you recognize this as being the video that we saw yesterday?
It does look accurate.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page. This is 446, just so you have it in mind if I reference that. Space, if you could play that. And I think it's runtime 120.
And keep in mind,
Do
this
you recognize
image
that
is
as the video you
reversed.
saw
It's
yesterday?
mirrored.
Yes, I do.
The searching for nudes, I don't think Bukhenik is going to have any recollection that
Very
ever
briefly,
happened,
If you could move to time of day, 5:37:05.
even though he probably was a recipient of said text message.
If he was, I expect to see that come up.
I would say so. You were you were the one who drove the car in there. You were in the passenger side of the car driving it in there. Oh, it's reversed. Oh, okay, I got you. So the person who looks like they're at the driver's side taillight and then went through that side door, that was actually Michael Proctor at the passenger side taillight, and then he went through that door so they could plant that evidence. No?
Yes. With the court's permission, can we play at this point?
Yes.
All right, that shows the vehicle coming into the Sally Port, and we're looking at which side of the vehicle?
So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. What that video depicts is a mirror collection. Although mirrors are accurate representation of what you're seeing, it's just inverted. So that is the driver's side of the vehicle. I do not know why it is inverted, but that's the way it was presented, collected and presented from Canton Police.
And you see a timestamp or a time and date stamp on the bottom of that. It's in blue.
I cannot know.
Does it appear that time and date stamp, if you can't read every letter on it, that is in correct order? In other words, that's not inverted.
I cannot read it, no.
All right, let's go and play this for a second.
The timestamp jumps all around when you watch it with the timestamp itself. It jumps all around. Clearly, they cut it up.
Who is that just got out of the car?
I do not know. I think that's the tow truck driver. He would have the only access to the vehicle. We did not touch the vehicle.
Who's that on the left?
I missed that. I was looking down at the laser pointer. I do not know. I know for a fact, I'm the gentleman that's wearing a dark olive drab state police baseball style hat, and Trooper Mike Proctor is wearing a winter hat.
Trooper Proctor's wearing what?
A winter hat.
Back that up. That was playing, and I didn't realize it was playing while you were talking.
See how people like appear and disappear and shit like that? They clearly chopped it up. Wait till you see the rest of it. It was about to show you. It's pretty damning.
Stop. And stop. Yesterday, when you testified, you indicated that the two individuals in this scene were you and Trooper Proctor, correct?
That is not correct. There was two individuals in the rear of the vehicle I shined my light to. That was me and Trooper Proctor.
Do you see Trooper Proctor toward the back of the rear of the vehicle there?
I can't tell because of what the head is. I just know that Trooper Proctor was wearing a black hat.
Which the person
He did say yesterday that was him and
videos
Trooper
to the left,
Proctor.
to the rear of the car is wearing a black hat, correct?
I can't tell. I don't want to be locked into a statement where later on you show me that it's somebody else magically. I can't testify to that.
There's no magic about this. It's your testimony. I'm just asking you what you see.
I don't see that. No.
So, let's go ahead and play it this way. Do you see the person toward the back of the vehicle walking toward the opposite side of the SUV?
I do.
What area does he appear to be going to?
He appears to be going towards the rear passenger side of the vehicle, although it does not appear so because the video is inverted, a mirror image. That's where he's going.
And Sergeant Bukhenik, you testified for at least a half an hour about this video yesterday, correct?
I'm sorry, it was a long day. I don't know the timing of how long I testified.
You significantly testified about this video yesterday, did you not?
I testified about this video.
And you testified that it was true and accurate, correct?
Correct.
You testified that it was reflective of your observations of what was happening in that Sally Port that evening, correct?
I testified that this is a accurate scene and collection of video evidence from the Sally Port.
And as that truck sits in that Sally Port, just like this, it appears from all perspectives that what we're looking at is the passenger side of the car, and that right rear taillight is right there shining in our face, correct? From this perspective.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
From this perspective, from the perspective that the jurors are looking at,
Okay.
from all indications, that would appear to be the right side of the truck, the passenger side of the truck, and that taillight that you can see is the right rear taillight from this perspective, correct?
The way it presents itself, yes.
And yesterday, during the entirety of your questioning by Mr. Lally, not once did you mention that this video is actually completely inverted.
I did not know.
Mr. Lally didn't ask you if it was inverted, correct?
That's correct.
And if I hadn't gotten up here and begun questioning you, that would be left uncorrected, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The person with the winter cap appears to walk directly to the what ultimately should be the right rear taillight of this car, correct?
That's the vicinity, yes. That's where he is. Yeah.
He's right there
Pause it.
with the taillight right there.
I'd like you to pay attention to the right rear of this car. And I know we're completely backward, but it's the far corner of the car. Do you see a person's head there?
It appears as if someone's still there.
And that person is located at or near what portion of the car?
In real life or as it's depicted?
Is the person near in real life, near the right rear taillight of the car?
Yes.
Matter of fact, standing there, hovering around there, correct?
We don't know the distance that they are in proximity to the actual vehicle. We just know that they're behind the vehicle. That
Looks like it's pretty close, doesn't it, Sergeant?
objection.
Sustained.
Does that look like he's in close proximity to the right rear taillight?
As I said, I can't tell how far away he is from the vehicle.
His head's right there, sir. You can't tell that he's right next to the right rear taillight?
Objection.
Sustained.
He ain't gonna
I
say
want you to
that.
pay attention to what that person does as soon as the other person comes out from behind that car. So you see him move. Stop it. Do you see that person move?
I saw movement in the frame, yes.
Right when the other person is in eyesight of the person toward the right rear, correct?
I mean, the video speaks for itself.
Yeah, it does.
No. Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. No commenting, Mr. Jackson. We've talked about that.
I'm going to ask Mr. Bates to back it up because there's one other issue I want you to pay attention to, if you can, right at this moment or right before this moment, and that is the timestamp. You can back it up in maybe 10 seconds. Right about there. Don't play it yet. Instead of paying attention to the individuals, I'm going to ask you, can you see, may I approach the StreamYard?
Yes.
Can you see the timestamp at 5:37 and 37 seconds PM? Can you see that from where you're at?
No, I cannot.
Me neither. That's why I had to walk up to it. Let's play it for about 10 seconds. Pause it. Did you see another person just appear toward the rear end of the car?
There was a fog of some sorts. I it did appear as if a person was actually in, there was two people back there and two people walked away, or one person walked away.
Timestamp jumped to 5:38:01, correct?
I cannot see the timestamp, sir.
Let's blow it up. Let's blow it up.
Did it appear that there was an anomaly? There was a portion of that video that was deleted. It's missing, not deleted, but just missing.
I think you can't trust
Can
this
you tell
video at
that?
all.
Does it appear that
There's so many
video
issues
started?
with it.
No, Your Honor, I cannot tell what is happening with the video.
Come on, Jackson, blow up the
Avoiding
timestamp.
athlete's foot? Prevent it with Lotrimin Daily Prevention so you can go with confidence.
Police car in that Sally Port, correct?
There's an antique vehicle there, yes.
If you take a close look at the trunk of that vehicle, see the word police.
Yes, I believe I can read that, yes.
And it's backward, correct?
It is mirrored, correct.
That's a good indication that this is an inverted video, right?
It appears that way, yes.
And if we were to fast forward at 5:42,
That is true. What number sticker are they going to put on the fog as they enter it in evidence?
not another 20 seconds. There you go. Can we just play it at this point? No. You take one pause. Pause it. You see the Sally Port garage came down?
Yes,
You see a number on the garage?
I do.
Is that correct?
It's backwards.
What is correct?
Does the number appear correct? How do you make it for?
No, the number's in the mirror image, yes.
I just wanted to make the point. Everything in this video is completely backward, correct?
It's not backwards, it's mirrored, reversed. You can look yourself in the mirror in the morning, you still see your own face. It's not backwards.
But my mirror image is not an accurate depiction of who I am. My
Check.
actual physical appearance is who I am, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
A mirror image, Sergeant, is not an accurate video of this, is it?
Objection.
It's a mirror image by definition.
Sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, thank you. I don't think so.
You put that video that's mirrored on
I would like
purpose,
to
didn't
mark-
you? They always get interrupted by the police when you really got them by the balls.
Wait,
Let's give him time to think of what the hell he's going to say next, this lying piece.
I have a thumb drive that I'd like to have marked with the court's permission.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's got
does
a
Mr.
thumb
Lally
drive.
know what's on this thumb drive without you telling us?
I do not.
Okay.
We can approach and I can certainly bring it up.
We're trying to wrap up our morning.
If
It's marked for identification.
I may, Your Honor, I'd like to play the first 10 seconds of that video.
No. We'll come to something. It's marked for identification, right, Mr. Jackson?
You are
What do you think he's got? You think he's got that video in a correct image, not mirrored? I think he can do that after
He
the fact.
might have that video in the correct way, but maybe there's no way he has the one that's unedited. There's no way, right? That was deleted before they wouldn't have just gave it to him. He doesn't have that video. But Karen Reed seems to be smiling like they do have something. But I don't know that all that smiling and her personality is coming across very good with the jury. Even though you're like, yes, we're going to get them. I think you just sit there and kind of show less emotion. If I was her, I think the defense should be doing that. But she is kind of gloating a little bit. But anyway, yeah, on that thumb drive, I'm looking for a a video that's not inverted, and it would be a clear surprise if he has one that's unedited.
Well, what are you going to see if that's not inverted? Do you think you're going to see something that the mirror image is hiding? I think it's just going to be unmirrored. I don't think you're going to see anything with any more clarity.
I think if I had to choose which one would I like the jury to witness, I think I would want the jury to watch the one that kind of shows the taillight that appears to be the passenger side, where if you watch it the other way, it clearly points out that Michael Proctor is on the passenger side. But now when you're explaining it, you're like, well, what appears to be the passenger, but it's really the driver, and it's kind of confusing. I would want to show it in the unmirrored one, which the state should have did in the first place, so you can clearly show that someone was over there next to that passenger taillight for a good period of time, and clearly the timestamps are jumping. And in
okay, well, let me ask you this. Let me ask this before you go on your Law and Order rant on movie court TV.
Okay.
So you got officers that they're working this investigation. They don't know everything we know now. They know what they know at the time. They seize this vehicle. They get it in. It's a warm spot where they're going to start taking a look at it. I would expect to see officers around the damaged part of that vehicle, examining it, trying to get a mental picture on how this goes, where the investigation needs to go next. And honestly, what do you really have? You got damage on a vehicle that doesn't make a murderer out of it. So now you've got to try to put the pieces together. So I would expect to see somebody there.
Yeah, but if you see somebody there who's taking a fucking mental picture instead of an actual fucking picture, then there you go, right there.
No, that makes no sense at all.
They didn't.
Do you not think investigators are going to study things and try to sort things out in their mind and figure out legally where do you go next? Is this probable cause for a warrant? Should we be looking at the crime scene for more of these pieces? Are there pieces missing? Or are you just saying they take a picture and move on and they know everything?
No, I think when you pull up to the house and you say, man, there's kind of damage to the taillight. This looks suspicious right here. Let me take a photo of this before we tow it. This is the reason why I called. This is the damage that I noticed. Let me just take a little document of this. Okay, it's just entered into the police, just like the tow truck driver allegedly went to the front, took a picture of the license plate just to make sure, go to the back, show just kind of pictures as it entered in there before you put the tape around it. This is what's going on. None of that. And the video, I think Alan Jackson is going to show a video with the timestamp.
What about my question? Would you not expect to see investigators standing around the damaged part of that vehicle, having a discussion and analyzing and examining the damage to that vehicle? I'm not talking about taking pictures and you should have taken a picture there, do what the tow truck driver did. All that's peanuts in the packaging. The real package is, do you really think that you wouldn't expect to see investigators standing at the rear of that vehicle examining it?
Yeah, Dante has a point. If we keep on jumping to conclusions, then Peter Pan's going to be out of a job. But I expect people to be looking at it, but the person that you're saying is shady AF is the person who's looking at it. The person who you're saying, hey, this person planted evidence and broke it apart because this other evidence shows that it was intact when she backed into Okeefe's car. This is very suspicious, and the fact that they didn't take a picture doesn't help. How about that? But yeah, I think that I would go back there and I would spend 20 minutes at the taillight and I would break it up too if I was trying to cover it up, the evidence. And that's what the Sally Port's showing. And the Sally Port is clearly cut up in the timestamps. So it doesn't help the prosecution as much as the Sally Port video should.
No, and I'll give it this, that the fact that the state police doesn't have a chain of custody form that documents every touching, every movement, every location that evidence is stored from the time it goes into police custody is a problem. That is a big problem. I really expected to hear the defense attorney ask about policies, but I didn't hear that. I would be very surprised that it is not a policy of the state police to have this form intact, and that's how you document, not document in a report, because reports can be generated anytime. What's unique about the chain of custody form is you fill it out in ink, you sign it, and there's a block. One goes right to the next. So if I've got to manufacture that document, I've got to go back to everybody who originally touched it and ask them to sign it again and involve everybody into my conspiracy. That's the reason they exist. So I'll give you that. That's a problem. Proctor in of itself is a problem. This guy, the fact that he went through the phone, one, without a warrant, two, just to look for dudes, shows his professionalism is probably not on par to being a person who investigates a homicide. So I'll give that. I don't think that this guy on the stand, Bukhenik, excuse me, I don't think he's got anything. I don't think he's dirty. I don't think he's got anything to hide. I think he's testifying to what he did. And I think that the jury is going to take his testimony as truthful.
Well, welcome Range Minded to the podcast. Range Minded podcast here to the Karen Reed murder trial. What's going on, brother?
No, nothing. Just enjoying everything I'm watching.
Yeah, this is really getting good. As a matter of fact, Joe Lanou is now taking a position after those cufflinks. He's been blinded by the light. And even though Michael Proctor, you can't even call him as a witness because he's so shady. This is his boss that was with him
unmuted.
every step, and it's not going good. As good as it was yesterday, at least.
I know that.
I said the same thing about this man yesterday. I said he's the best witness the state's had yet.
After speaking with the lawyers, I can safely say that you will get this case for your deliberations sometime the last week in June. We'll know better next week. We will not be in session next Tuesday. We will go full days, Monday, Wednesday,
Is this it for the
Thursday,
day?
Friday. We will not be in session next Tuesday. I have to give you those cautions again. Please do not discuss this case with anyone.
Well, I guess
Don't
that's
do
it.
any independent research or investigation into
If
this case.
Lisa's got time, Lisa, I would love for you to join us in the studio and let's cut up this morning's
Please disregard it.
last 2 days worth of testimony.
Afraid we
And
can't
I'm ready to battle Range Minded, Kingdom,
You
and
are muted.
our attorney Lisa. I'm ready to go on this.
Well, there is still audio coming out of the case, but I went ahead and muted it for obvious purposes because we're going to be talking over it. Range Minded, let's hear. What have you heard so far today? Karen Reed's a little disturbed if I'm giving an accurate account of what I'm seeing through with my eyeballs.
So you're reading people's characters and the expressions on their face, so you know exactly what they're thinking and what their temperature is. That's so weird. that you have the talent.
Giving a play-by-play. I know Joe Lanou is very upset that the police, these corrupt-ass fucking police, are getting revealed, but, you know, they're not in Texas. This is Boston that have a history of being corrupt police. Let's say that is fact.
Well, I thought yesterday, I thought the trooper was a pretty solid witness for the state.
Me too. I thought he was the best so far.
But Jackson's pretty good at dismantling people, it looks like. I can see why you have a crush on him.
You think it's like a man crush? Is that what we're talking about?
Boy, you get pretty excited about content. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Lisa, what you missed was cool. Lisa, what you missed here is they were about to show a thumb drive that Alan Jackson was submitting. We were just guessing, right, Joe? We were just guessing maybe it could be this and maybe it could be the actual correct version, not the mirrored version of the Sally port. But as soon as they brought this thumb drive up there, the jury had to go home and the day was over with. So we're not sure where we are right here, but that's how it left off. Real cliffhanger, if you will.
I think there might be another camera angle on that thumb drive.
Where do you think the camera angle comes from? Hollywood? Where's it going to come from? They know where the cameras are. Hey, Lisa, there's a link in the messages. Why don't you join us in the studio if you can? 'Cause we're gonna cut up yesterday and today's testimony.
There's got to be more than one camera in that Sally port.
I don't know about that. I mean, when you're looking at the bicycles and you're looking at the old antique car and the little all-terrain vehicle. That's not a typical Sally Port where you're taking criminals and you're wrestling them out of the car and bringing them in. It's supposed to be a secure crime scene, Sally Port, like Joe was pointing out yesterday. And this looks more like somebody's garage.
I think you go back to Canton Police in general. They don't have proper evidence collection bags. They didn't really do a great job on the initial crime scene investigation and mapping. The state police didn't do a good job on mapping it out. And that goes all the way to Bukhenik. When they went out on the subsequent times to search, there's a fire hydrant there. It is a known point. You make your measurements off that and you map out where every piece of taillight lens is found. You don't say, well, my GPS is not that accurate, so all the stuff was found right here. But I think there's some problems with the investigation. I'm not here to say you're a dirty liar and you're a crooked cop when it comes to this guy in particular. But yeah, there's some problems with the investigation. It should have been documented better. If it's documented better, somebody like Alan Jackson can't come in and beat you apart. But when you leave holes in your investigation, then this is what you get from defense attorneys. They do their job and they'll earn their money. But yeah, there's some problems there.
I don't think that trooper's a dirty cop personally. I think, like I say, I think it was just some sloppy.
Well, now Range said you're a dirty effing liar about 30 times.
Me?
No, that the officer on the stand was a dirty effing liar. Isn't that right, Kingdom? And piece of shit, I believe, was also used.
Well, you know what? I did say that. And, I'm not going to apologize for the way that I feel about this particular officer. He definitely is lying. I've been watching like the 3 chapters that are after these 3 chapters. It appears that when he was being questioned by the prosecutors yesterday, they asked him the softball questions. They skirted around what they knew the defense was going to ask them, and they went ahead and got ahead of those kind of things that they knew was going to be asked. So it was really hard to tell where this breadcrumb trail was going. But I thought he did a great job yesterday. I thought he was very confident yesterday, and I thought he built the best case for the prosecution yesterday. We're in agreement on that. But I thought a lot of the things he was saying was just covering up a lie before you had to lie. And today you're seeing the stuff that he has to cover up. He's not doing very good. He's definitely not offering up. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I can tell you all about it. He's not taking that stance. He's like, I'm going to make you back me in a corner before I'm even going to say the name Michael Proctor. And like yesterday, when we're talking about the Sally Port, didn't he say this right here? Can you point with the laser pointer? Who's Michael Proctor? Him. The other person, is that you? Yes, this is me. And then today, completely different thing between 24 hours. It happened 2 years ago. 24 hours later, I can't tell you that's me and I can't tell you that's him. Isn't that interesting how that changed?
Well, I think it was more like the portions that he showed. The one was where he's asking, who is this? All you see is a black figure, the head blended in with the background. He couldn't tell. He's identifying people by their hat, their headgear. So yeah, I don't put a lot into that, but it goes back to saying well, you work with this guy, you should know his handwriting. You don't want to sit on the witness stand and say, yeah, I recognize that. You're not a handwriting expert. That could be beat up. That's bad business. I'm not going to try to say, I would not sit on the witness stand and say, I recognize anyone's handwriting other than my own.
Okay.
And even then, I don't know if I'd say that.
Karen Reed is backing out of her house. Inside the car, you can only pretty much see her legs in the video. And she's backing out in the snowstorm with the car to hit John Okeefe's Traverse. And then you say, does anyone who's driving this car look familiar? Yep, that is the defendant sitting right there in between those 2 gentlemen, the defense counsel. That person in that car is Karen Reed. You cannot even fucking see her.
I don't recall this testimony you speak of. He may have established that was Karen Reed by Karen Reed's own testimony, her own statements. But either way, what does it prove?
What it proves is he's, willing to just go out on a limb and say, oh, yeah, this is this. If that was, can you testify that was Karen Reed's signature when she said, yes, I killed this person? He would say, yep, that's Karen Reed's signature. Yep, that looks just like all the others. But is this Michael Proctor's signature that you see every day?
I haven't heard this man identify anybody's handwriting. Anytime he's been asked, he said he couldn't identify anybody's handwriting.
I'm talking about an example, Joe. Relax a little bit here. I'm
Well,
talking
that's an
about.
example you're pulling out of the thin air,
I
which is
know.
bullshit.
I know that's bullshit. Just like you can tell that that's Karen Reed, and you can tell that that's you and Proctor in the Sallyport. And today you have no fucking idea who those two people are. When yesterday you said that was me and that was him. But today you have no idea. You said that's Karen Reed.
But that's not his testimony. His testimony clearly was, I'm wearing an olive drab patrol hat, and he's wearing a winter hat, which I think is those ones that come over your ears. He didn't say that he couldn't identify him, but where Jackson was stopping the video on, you really couldn't tell what anybody's headgear was. And he did identify Proctor. He did identify himself. He did identify the tow truck driver getting out of the vehicle, or he believed to be the tow truck driver getting out of the vehicle. So I'm not saying, I don't think he's really pulling any punches. At the moments and the times he asked questions, another good example is, he asked Bukhenik if you called the hospital and told them this was an assaultive investigation, something to those lines. And he says, no, I never talked to the hospital. I didn't contact the hospital. Oh, you didn't? No, I did not. Well, read this paper. Well, this is the medical examiner. I did contact the medical examiner, because every time a body goes in, if a body goes into the medical examiner, there's a couple of things that could happen. They could process that for different types of autopsies, different types of investigations. You as the investigating officer, if you want it to be a death investigation or a suspicious death, then you let them know that, so they can prepare and hold and preserve evidence as needed. But that's an initial contact. That's not the end all. That's not exactly what it is. That's your first initial take on it. So you start doing things to preserve it. There's times where I've sent preservation letters to
Are you
phone
saying
companies.
this is a normal police officer, or this is what this guy was doing? Because this guy was not
any
doing
police officer.
what any police officer does. Just because you have experience of what happens in Texas is not what any police officer does all over the country. These guys are doing something different, and they're doing different than what they're taught how to do. Normal protocol is not what they were doing. What normal police officers is not what the fuck that these guys were doing.
How do you know what normal protocol is if it's done different? What is normal if it's done different, as you say, across every jurisdiction across the country?
You keep
what is
saying
normal?
all police officers do this. Police officers always do this. You're saying these kind of things. They're not true. These guys are not doing
I'm
that.
saying this on the medical examiner, when a body goes into intake, the medical examiner, it is pretty much protocol anywhere that I've ever heard of. And it only makes practical sense if you think about it. When a body goes into a location where they're going to do some things to it, that they could clean it, they could prepare it for a morgue to pick it up, or they can process it for evidence. So you call the intake desk. They actually usually require it. MEs in where I've dealt with, they require that when a body goes in, that you make contact with the intake desk and give them the initial report on this. Is this a death investigation? Just somebody was found dead, or do you suspect it being a homicide investigation? You let them know what the initial report is so they can hand it. And I'll go back to my same example, is like when I would send letters to phone companies to preserve someone's text messages and phone call records. There were times I never went back with a subpoena and actually got those because the investigation went in a different direction. But initially, if I'm going to preserve it, I better do it now. And that's the phone call to the ME's desk. And my point to him, that Jackson asked him, did you call the hospital? The man said no, because he didn't call the hospital. He produced a document that said it was a medical examiner. So yes, I did make contact with the medical examiner, but that wouldn't be an unusual phone call. That would be protocol. That anytime a body goes in that there's going to be an issue with, that I'm gonna lay it down. I'm gonna say this is a death investigation, preserve it as evidence, prepare it for a full autopsy where they're gonna peel your great back and cut your skull off and weigh your brain. Not all autopsies are the same.
Two-bay garage at Kent Police Department with the antique Kent Cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed prior to it, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant vehicle, is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side or the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
What's up, John? You looking good, bro? Got your hair all done up?
Okay, could you
No,
pause
I
that?
ain't done my hair. I washed
No.
it last night and went to bed.
You did? I thought you had your hair done all up.
Oh no.
Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave?
So this is from yesterday. This is what his testimony was yesterday, that we knew there was something suspicious about the video because the writing was backwards, and maybe they did that back in the the antique ones, but something wasn't adding up. We wasn't sure what it was at the time. Now that we know the camera was mirrored, that makes sense. But
Oh,
let's
okay.
listen to the testimony. Yeah, the camera was mirrored, which is no big deal. That's normal. But the testimony surely did change from the hospital, how he said, we left the crime scene. We called up and made sure that John Okeefe was actually at the hospital. Then we went to the hospital and visited him next. And then he denied. No, I didn't call the hospital. No, the report, I didn't tell nothing. No, I didn't say nothing like that. Oh, that report, I didn't say that to the hospital. I said that to the medical examiner. But he testified yesterday. He called the hospital to make sure he was there, and then he went there. And this is what he said when he was testifying here. Let me see if I can go to the. I think we watched the video first outside the presence of the jury, and then he came back and testified right here. Let's go here.
No, we did not.
Let's go if you can play it here.
And I have this on 1.5, so it's happening faster than it did.
Yeah, that's fine.
I'm not hearing any questions about it though yet.
No, I'm not. Is that him at the back of the vehicle now?
He's saying today that Michael Proctor had the snow cap on, which would look like he's right there next to what appears to be the passenger tail light, but you have a really good look at it. And he doesn't appear to be doing anything, which is great. So if he was the one with the hood on there, it clearly shows he wasn't really doing nothing in this footage. But I think if you had the real Sally Port, you would see Brian Higgins in the Sally Port, because he hit his key card and went into the Sally Port when the vehicle was there. But the video is so chopped up, this little underlayment that's going through this is hiding the actual timestamp of this. But if you watch the video that I've seen on X, if you watch the timestamp, the time moves up and down and up and down and up and down, where this video kind of looks like that's what happened, but it's pieced together to make it look like that. But you can see the timestamp on the bottom keep shifting, going from this second to that second and back to this other second and this second, like it was put together professionally. And
so like stitched together.
What you're observing in this video, what you've seen, or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Looks like he was volunteering just to hold it at that point. Or they wrapped it around the golf cart and just laid it on the hood. Yeah, that's good enough.
Yeah, every bit of that's weak.
But see how he didn't open the door there? You see that?
Yeah, this video is jumping, and the timestamp indicates it, right?
Yeah, you can't see the timestamp in this one, but other people have dissected it and shown the timestamp with it blown up where you can see it, which I believe Alan Jackson is going to show something where I know you can't see the timestamp. Yeah, me either. Okay, let's look at the timestamp together, blown up and magnified.
Bukhenik, what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
But I thought he had said, "This is me and this is Michael Proctor" when he got out, right? I didn't.
That's
hear
what you
that.
stated.
Oh, come on, bro.
That's what you stated. That's why we got here. You were
Come on.
verbatim what that man said.
Garage, this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that?
No, we did not.
Let's go and you can play from here.
So like Alan Jackson said, so no one would have known that this video was turned around. You never would have corrected them ever. So see right there, the people just came out that back door and that guy with the hat is sitting there at that taillight lens.
The guy the hat is Bukhenik. He's the one with the olive drab hat. The guy standing there right by the door, I believe, is Proctor. He's got the hat on as he described anyway.
And then there's another guy there that's shorter. And then there's another guy who walked out right there who is somebody else. Looks like he has flashy on his.
Looks like Canton police officers are scraping snow as well.
And the guy just kind of looked around the corner and said, "Oh shit, is he gone?" And they're looking around the corner. I think he was trying to say he's shaking people's hands, trying to distract them or something. Maybe the defense would say.
Man, the one thing about an investigation, when you get to trial, it's kind of you already have this established. But when you're doing an investigation, man, sometimes you don't know what is important until it is. So you want to try to preserve everything as best as possible. And some officers are better at it than others. And Dante says that this guy identifies as a state trooper, sergeant, detective to the DA and not a normal police officer. Dante, some of the things I'm talking about are normal police officer protocols. And they're not necessarily protocols that they're good practices is what I should say. And the reason they're good practices is when you sit on the witness stand that you don't have to really recall anything. You don't have any gaps in your story. If it's evidence, you can show a chain of custody where everyone that has touched that accounts for every bit of the time and every location that it's been in. Another thing that I heard him say that I hope it's a problem in my opinion. If the state police in his office does this, is that when something goes into evidence, it needs to go into a locked locker where the person that puts it in there doesn't have the key. And then you have a custodian of evidence that if I want to go back out and re-examine it, I have to go back to that chain of custody where I sign the chain of custody and the custodian of evidence unlocks that, presents that to me. I do my examination with it. I package it back up. I sign it again. I fill out the chain of custody that I'm done with it. It goes back to the custodian of evidence. What it does is it creates a loop or a circle of evidence that really can't be challenged. If something was done with it, you've got to have multiple people in the conspiracy to show it versus me going to the evidence locker at midnight after everybody's at home and pulling something out and manipulating it. I did that with narcotics. We actually had a old mailbox that even before you actually logged in say it was a late buy at 2 a.m, we would secure it there. We would drop it into the mailbox, but I'm the only one that had a key. Well, myself and the sheriff are the only ones that had keys to that box. So the next day or whenever it was that we were going to do the logging of evidence, I had to be there to sign the chain of custody that I opened the box, bring the narcotics out, do the proper labeling, packaging, get it ready to go to the lab. And then it would go into another locker that once it's locked there, the only time I'm going to open that one for you is to send it to the lab where 2 investigators take it to the lab with a chain of custody. But these chain of custody forms are important and how evidence is stored is important. We're seeing the reason why defense attorneys have beat it up even when there's not And even when there's not something dirty going on.
Can you see? I'm gonna put it on. I'm gonna put it on.
A tall cylindrical.
Shit. Sorry.
What are you really looking to see in this?
I'm just
this
showing
mirrored
you
video.
for those people who were talking about the. I know it's hilarious.
No, we did not.
But I'm showing you the timestamp.
Where's the time? Oh, down at the bottom.
Right. Yeah. See where it says 45, 46, 45, 47, 48,
Yeah.
49.
Yeah.
Watch it skip.
I agree with you, Dante. I think he's the best I've seen on the stand out of Massachusetts out of this case. Bukhenik. But there are some there's some holes. I'm talking to Dante on his comment, but there are some holes in the investigation. I don't like the way they did the crime scene when they had the ability other than GPS to when you have a bunch of evidence scattered out all over the place and its location matters, you should be able to document that on a schematic to be able to show where that is so you could recreate it at any other given time. If the state had to go out right now and recreate where they found each one of those pieces, because they've got all the pieces, they got them from there. They in theory, they should be able to go out there with a tape measure and a map and be able to lay all those pieces out, bring the jury out and say, this is where we found it. But they can't do that.
Until about 8:10.
Sorry, I'll mute this. It's not really.
This is the worst video ever. This is when they moved it to another location, right?
Well, you can see the timestamp where it goes 8:06, 7. And then you're gonna see.
That's correct. It's the
right now
opposite
it
view
says
from what we just
8:09.
viewed in the previous video.
Watch the timestamp move.
I believe that's
so this is
myself and
Canton?
another officer.
Yeah.
I don't know who that other officer is.
That's horrible video.
As far as the condition of the vehicle.
So refresh my memory. The Sally Port was also at Canton, right?
As far as the exterior of the vehicle.
Yes.
Yes, Canton PD.
Okay.
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
As far as the snow and cake on ice that you observed on that fire day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And I'm just going to put it again.
So basically showing this is February 2nd, but you can see even there, you can see it go from 14 to 16 to 17, back to 12, back to 13, back to 24. If you just seen it, what I just seen there. It's clearly it's cut up, and I guess there's a reason for that, but this shit just looks suspicious.
I think they're saying that it's a motion sensor, but there sure is a lot of activity for it to be popping itself off and on.
Well, for when you see the officer walk and then all of a sudden he disappears or someone starts opening a door, but then you never see him enter the door, I guess there is some explaining to do that, hey, this is not us. This is just the way the camera works. But if you have the camera there for a reason, you would think that this fucking thing would be on. If a police officer pulls in and he has someone and he's pulling him out of the car, you would want that damn thing recording the whole time, right?
Yeah, ours was like a 24-hour loop, constant. I mean, there was no lack of motion that cuts off. Oh, we got motion that cuts on. It's on.
Yeah, the same with our surveillance cameras as well. But we also had, while I was there, they increased the frames per second rate because you could have. I think initially it was a very slow frame per second. So if somebody was moving fast through there, it would appear that they're jumpy. And I know that we went through and had every one of our cameras done to increase the frames per second so that it was a smooth flow. Now, I wouldn't pull out my cell phone and read a text message in the Sally Port. They'd probably be able to tell you what the text message said.
But the interesting thing is, if you know that this evidence is a little suspect, or this video is going to be cut up and choppy, or this video this thumb drive that was sent to you from the library is going to be damning, and you know that there's going to be some pieces missing, then you're like, okay, what I want you to testify to is that the camera system is on a motion detected. So if there ever someone saying, hey, there's kind of choppy, this could be what we go to. So when you hear the first one, hey, how you doing? What's your favorite color? You have camera system. Oh, it's motion detective. Okay, next question. You don't realize that all these things are actually going to cover up something you're going to hear later. It's until you hear them later that you're like, oh, but they did say that they have a motion detector. So maybe that explains that. But they're laying all these things down for lies they need to cover later, in my opinion. And you're thinking, how is that a lie? He's just talking about that. But then when you see all the evidence and then you put the whole puzzle together, you're like, you know what? That shit don't make sense. Haslung to dying cold. I don't know how you get past that one. And the butt dials, yeah, maybe you could butt dial and then butt dial back and then butt hang up and then I mean, maybe. And then this, it's like I guess. But there's a lot of that shit, I think, with just a decent, not a Joe Lanu police report, with a decent investigation, you shouldn't have this many fucking questions.
But you're actually 100% right. Investigations and protocols and policies and procedures should be developed in every agency so that you don't leave these gaps for questions. Because here's the problem with it. If it's incompetence or if it's an oversight on police, when it goes to court, it's going to be dirty cops. It's going to be a lying piece of shit, as you say. When that's not always the case. I'm not saying it's never the case, but actually, I think it's more rare than we think. I think incompetence, and I've seen it in my career. I've seen cops that they're not dirty, they're just dumb, and they did dumb things, or they should have done something that was so obvious, or laziness they didn't do it at the time. The problem with a homicide investigation like this or in any other is that you don't get the opportunity to go back and fix it. You don't get the opportunity to go back and do it again. There's only one time that Karen Reed drove down that street with in front of the library. So you have one opportunity to capture that and preserve that evidence. I don't think that was done properly. I don't like the Canton Police Department videos. When they went back there to pull with forensics to pull the lens out of the vehicle and send it to the lab, that should have been recorded. That should have been recorded not by Canton Police. That should have been recorded by the troopers themselves. Somebody should have been there with a camera or set up a tripod, but that should have been memorialized better than it was. I don't like what he says when he says chain of custody. I put it in my report. I don't want to see it in your report. I want to see it in your report as well as the chain of custody form. Every one of those bagged of evidence should have a chain of custody form stapled to them so that you wouldn't have to read the bag to see what it is. You wouldn't have to say, well, whose handwriting is that? There should be a damn signature on it telling you exactly who filled out the bag and who placed it in, who put the seal on it. And I'm not seeing that out of this police department. And to me, that's a problem.
Yeah, I haven't heard one police officer say, well, normally this is what we do. This is the correct procedure that we teach in training. But unfortunately, it just wasn't done on this one. But I don't think, there is no like a logical explanation. Like, this is what we're supposed to do, jury. We made a mistake. Maybe we didn't do it. I mean, there's like no way I'm going to agree that I made a mistake. There is no admitting that there was anything suspicious. They got everything covered up, which makes it look more like a cover up.
No, I agree, and that's what happens when you do that. Is your ignorance or incompetence or oversight starts to look like you're a dirty cop. When sometimes it's better to come clean. I made a mistake, or I agree with it. I don't like this.
And it's like, and I may get some a lashing for saying it this way. It should be done for every victim. Every victim, it should be done. But you would think, knowing that he is, or at that time was, a fellow law enforcement personnel, that they say, you know what, we need to make sure we get this right. This is one of ours. Regardless of what the outcome may be, we need to make sure we get it right. And the other side of that is just like, when you had the college murders, the police chief said, we want to make sure we don't miss anything. We want to make sure we get this right. So this is going to take time. And I'll say it again. It should be done with every case, but we all know it's not. Right here's a clear evidence of that. But like I said, this is a fellow law enforcement officer. You would think that they would have the mindset. We really need to be on our game on this one, if that makes sense. And
Perfect sense. And I will point out this one little nugget. How far is the police station from Karen O'Reed's parents' house where the vehicle was recovered at 4:00? It's 30 miles in the snow. I can say that maybe that would take an hour or something to get there. Wouldn't you say that's probably fair to say?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 45.
They call it 3:00. The CERT team finds the tail light and gets the green light at 5:30. They get there at, I don't know, right before dark, 5:45, 6 o'clock, when they finally start getting there and it's getting dark. The vehicle was recovered at 4 o'clock. There is definitely enough time to take that taillight and take it and put it into the hands of someone that's going to place it there at the crime scene. It was interesting how they said they wanted to show the video of the car getting to the Sally Port on the tow truck, and then they're claiming we're in a vehicle that was following them because just that's my alibi that I didn't plant this taillight. But the fact that they're trying to give you an alibi they didn't plant it raises a little question. But was there time to plant that taillight? And if you got the vehicle at 4 o'clock and they didn't have the green light to go search because everyone was shoveling their fucking driveways, come on, dude. That, I don't know. You covered up a lot of stuff right there, and I don't know. Even Joe Lanew's got to say that shit don't make sense.
All those words, I'm not sure exactly where to hinge on, other than if you guys, I guess if you're snowed in, I live in Texas, shoveling the driveway for snow is not something I've had a lot of experience in, but I would imagine you'd have to clear the snow so you can get your vehicle out. Otherwise, how are you going to drive to the scene?
The scene is at 6:30 in the morning. They abandoned the scene before 9 o'clock. The CERT team claims that they're ready to go around noon, but they don't have the green light until after 5:30. They pick up the car at 4 o'clock, and then the vehicle, it looks like the timestamp on here is saying that the vehicle got to the Sally Port at 5 something. So there wasn't enough time to really break the light and take it to the crime scene at that time, unless all of the 6 officers got there individually. Some of them got there a little later. It's possible that you could have took the taillight from the Sally Port, gave it to an officer, and he drove straight there and planted it. But I don't know how likely that is, because that doesn't give a lot of time to do that. You think you would have had to have broke some of the taillight there when you got it onto the tow truck. But even that, there would be some kind of a camera footage, even though there's missing camera footage. And he's saying, well, Karen Reed deleted the Ring camera from her parents' house that shows anything else. I believe they had access to it. And like in the beginning of the trial, Alan Jackson was saying, didn't you get a report of activity that shows that no one deleted anything? Didn't you receive that? And he was very reluctant to say yes.
I don't know about that. When we start talking about that special search team that was sent out to the scene, everything about that's trash. That guy was trash on the stand. His services there that day was trash. Their search was trash. Their gear was trash. I don't want to hear anything about them. Everything about them was trash. I get it. They're looking for live victims and people that are missing, but rookies week 3 out of the police academy could navigate a crime scene better than that. If the guy's a lieutenant and they say they go out and do this type of stuff, I want to see lights. You can do a search for evidence at night and you don't take lights. You're going to turn your damn headlights towards it. You call your car a command post because that's where you're warming up and drinking hot chocolate that the neighbors are bringing you. It's all trash. In fact, once again, this is also the crime scene guys that didn't have evidence collection material with them to be able to collect blood evidence. They put it in damn solo cups. It's the same people. Everything about that is trash. In fact, that may be enough to put enough reasonable doubt in the jury to let a person that did commit a crime get off the crime. And I'm also going to say that the state is painting a more difficult picture for Karen Reed to have any other scenario other than Karen Reed striking him. But what I want to talk about, Kingdom, is what do you guys think about all the lens, taillight lens that they're finding? All appears to be well into the grass. If this gentleman was hit on the road, wouldn't you expect to see more plastic and debris closer to impact instead of so far away?
Well, that's what I said yesterday. Is like, if you look at where the taillight assembly is, it's not above the bumper. The bumper is offset to the left because there's a part of the bumper that comes around before you get to the step part portion, and that's where the plastic was found. So now I understand that when it fell, it rolled off of that, but I have a hard time understanding how plastic got over that far to the left. What, maybe 8 inches or so. If you also look at the tail light, there's a shard of plastic that's pointing. The point is up, and it's pulled out, or appears to be pulled out. Let's just say that's the part that hit his head. Where's tissue? Where's DNA? I mean, because that piece is still attached to the tail light assembly. They have no DNA other than the hair, which is on the quarter panel of the vehicle. So
Yeah,
to your point,
I don't know that I don't know that they've established at what point. This is a conversation we've had before. Is that it seems like most people assume that Okeefe would be standing straight up when he was impacted. There's a lot of scenarios where he tried to avoid, slipped and fell, went down low, and was struck by the vehicle at that point. Could have been bent over tying his shoes, and she backs up not seeing him and hits him because she's mad because he's supposed to text her when he got in the house and didn't, and she has to go shit. So she was mad, slammed on the gas and backed up real fast and never saw him because he was bending over picking up something or tying his shoe. There's a lot of scenarios where he could be hit and not be standing in an upright position.
And you actually had a very good point yesterday. I don't know if you.
All my points are very good, Kingdom. You just don't listen well enough.
I'm talking about the points you make, and then in your old age, you're forgetting that what just happened yesterday. I'm talking about he could have been drunk throwing up in a kind of a bent over position throwing up, you said yesterday, which I thought was a great point.
No, absolutely. There's a lot of scenarios, but I will say that the state is closing the gap in on that him meeting his demise by anything other than being struck by a vehicle is getting more difficult. Even with holes you can poke in camera views and things like that, it's getting more. It's going to be more difficult for them to prove, I think, as the state continues their case to show that the method in mechanical means of his death wasn't that vehicle.
True that. Here, and let's talk about this shoe for a second. I know the trial hasn't gotten that far where the cross-examination is showing the shoe, but if I can present this to you right here, do you see that there is 2 shoes that were recovered? One of them was the shoe that was recovered in the snow, and one of them, what is that noise, John? There was one shoe that was recovered in the snow 12 hours later. And then there was one shoe that was recovered from the hospital. If you look at the shoe, it has a black sole on it. And then the other shoe has a white sole on it. That was something that was not. See how the shoe recovered in the snow has the black sole? Do you see that?
I don't know that I can tell it has a black sole. I see it.
Look at the middle. Look at the middle picture that's showing the up and down with the purple circle around it.
Well, I can see it through the snow in the top left.
But look at the one in the middle.
I got
the one to the right of that.
Yeah.
The purple line. And then look at the one with the blue. He showed the shoe yesterday had a white sole on it that was recovered from the hospital. This is clearly the same shoe, but it's a different model of that shoe that they found. In my opinion, the shoe probably had blood on it that they were scared was conflicting, that would be evidence showing that something else besides that happened. So they replaced it with a similar shoe, but not the same shoe. That is interesting.
You know what? If you prove that, then the state's or the defense case of corrupted police stands out. The only way you're going to have 2 different shoes on that scene is if somebody actively engaged in a cover-up, and that would be clear evidence, in my opinion. The case would be over. If the defense brings that up, the case is over.
Well, not really, because the Haas long to die in cold. It's like, that doesn't sound good. Be like, well, hold on. Well, maybe there's an explanation, and then it just keeps moving on. You're like, okay,
well, okay. Let's play that game. Okay. You're sitting on the jury, and we've got it comes from the cloud, and Google stores this, and you can count on the times because all this technology is out there working for you to do that. Or this shoe that he was wearing has a white sole. This shoe that the state says he's wearing has a black sole. Who wears 2 different shoes? Nobody. It's real simple to understand. The jury doesn't have to be a tech guy. They don't have to listen to a witness expert to explain that to them. Every person knows that if you say a man was wearing 2 different shoes on the day that he was killed, nobody's going to believe that, because nobody does that.
But I guess what I'm getting
With
at
such a
is
stark difference of a black soul and a white soul. It's not like they're similar.
somebody
They are
would
completely different.
testify that he always wears shoes with different soles. There's a camera footage of the bar showing him wearing 2 different types of. You would have to do something like that, and I don't think that exists.
But didn't he pull a shoe out of an evidence bag that he collected at the hospital? That come
Yes,
off of him?
that's what it's in his hand in the picture on the right, the very right, where it says send and it's in blue, where he's holding it with the gloves. That's the one that came out of the evidence bag. The picture that they shown that was in the snow, where they recovered the shoe upside down, that's on top of snow. It should have been barely any snow underneath it, but it's on top of snow. It has a black sole on it. So you have a white sole and a black sole shoe. I mean, we kind of don't really put those pieces together, but when you're looking at them together and the pieces are put together, you're like, damn, that's interesting right there.
Do you think that Alan Jackson would miss the fact that the one sole is black and one sole is white?
I think Alan Jackson is going to bring that up before Trooper Bukhenik is done. I think this is 100% going to be brought up once they get the 2 shoes together. I think Bukhenik is going to be on the stand for at least a day and a half, and by the time he leaves that stand, the Alan Jackson, their thought is the case is going to be closed. This is going to be the closest thing to Michael Proctor, and just the whole thing is botched. This is your best chance at proving that is with this person who pretty much touched or supervised every detail of this investigation. But, you know, the thing about the shoe, though, is it doesn't prove that he was in the house. So the justice for John Okeefe is not going to happen, because just because he had 2 different shoes and maybe someone planted it, it still doesn't prove that he was in the house. They need something to prove that John Okeefe was actually in the house and all these people were lying, even though it seems like they are, but you have no really concrete proof. Everything is.
Well, you're trying to get a Matlock finish where we not only got the innocent person off, but we convicted the bad person all here in the same trial. This trial is not going to find the killer of John Okeefe. It may convict. It's either going to convict Karen Reed or it's going to acquit her. That's all that they're going to achieve in this. And I would say, let's go back to the black shoe. The 2 different shoes. You say one was on his body that went into when he went to the hospital, and this is the other one we found on the scene because he was knocked out of it because Karen Reed hit him with a car. But these are 2 different shoes. That tells me that police planted one of those shoes. It's a tainted investigation at that point, and if I can prove that as a defense attorney, then it's not hard to make the argument. It's like you can't believe anything else that the police have told you, because they'll lie about this. What else would they lie about that we couldn't discover? But they made a mistake when they did this. So now it's all gone. And I will tell you, it's all gone. If there is a black soled shoe and a white soled shoe, and they can hold Alan Jackson can hold those up in court, this case is over.
Well, if he can hold up that one white shoe, and then you get the other evidence bag marked whatever it is, and you hold up the black shoe, and then you have him hold up both shoes side by side with the soles facing the jury, that will be tough. But do you think it'll be case closed?
Over?
It's over.
It's over. How would you, and your mind as a jurist, how could you come out with beyond a reasonable doubt when, like, well, you'd have to ignore the fact, well, they planted that piece of evidence, but everything else must be intact. Everything else must be good. You can't. And in fact, I think a motion to dismiss would be approved by even Aunt Beverly on the stand. You can't ignore that fact. That is proof positive that evidence, you can't trust any evidence. The evidence has been tampered with. If you can't trust the evidence, what are you going to convict her on? Go back to fruits of a poisonous tree, as Lisa's talking about. It's a doctrine, legal doctrine, that if you, let's say I go search a house without a warrant, but I find a dead body inside the house. When we go to trial, and I didn't have exigent circumstances, and I didn't have a search warrant to go search a house for a body, and I found a body, guess what? I can't never tell a jury that I found a body, so there's no case. The penalty for violating rights and doing untoward things as a police officer is called the fruits of a poisonous tree. You can't have fruits if the tree is poison. Everything dies from there backwards. So go back to planning evidence. That would be clear evidence that that the police planted evidence on the scene. So therefore, everything else the police did, you cannot trust. It all goes away. If in fact there is a black sole shoe and a white sole shoe, Karen Reed should celebrate. Hopefully by next week they'll be able to get that out, and she can have all this off of her because it'll be over with.
I'm bringing up the video from yesterday. He's getting ready to open the evidence box. I'm gonna look.
Guys, I got to step away for 5 minutes. I'll be back.
10, Fur, what you got there, John? You gonna have some presentation of evidence?
Well, I don't know if I can do that because I'm looking at the yesterday's video on my phone. Got. I'm on.
Bring it up on the screen share, dog.
Sweatshirt from
On my phone.
room where Mr.
Oh, it's on your phone? Oh.
Yeah.
And
Which one is it? Let's watch it together.
I can do the timestamp. So it's yesterday's video at
From Law and Order?
huh?
From Law and Order stream? Our stream?
Yeah, yours. Yeah, at
Okay.
3:50.
So let's go ahead and open it. Yes.
That would have been 20, right?
Yes.
Trial day 20 at what time?
3 minutes. Just go ahead and say 50 seconds. He's getting ready to open it. I think it's the first one, but you can scroll through it faster than I can.
Joe Lanu's available. I think this has something to do with chain of custody.
Yeah. I didn't catch that he was one that collected that evidence.
Yeah, he just took it out.
Yeah, he's testifying that is what he.
Well, either him or his person who works for him, Michael Proctor. So one of the two, but I think it was him. But either way, he's responsible.
Yes.
He's the boss.
Can you do another item, sir? You recognize that item?
yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And you're on the court's permission if the witness could remove that item and display for the jury as well.
Yes.
Looks like it's been open a couple of times.
Yeah, it's been reopened a few times.
That's got to be hard for his parents.
No objection.
And now we got the shoe.
It's either the shoe or the sweatshirt. I can't remember.
You want to make approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir. You recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
You're on the court's permission if the witness could remove that item from the
Yes.
bag. Display for the jury.
Okay.
What happened? So as I take a quick break, I'm going to show you. This is Julie Albert, Brian Albert's wife, when she's asked about the name.
Go with the Minnesota State Trooper.
You are unmuted.
He dropped the charges because new evidence came forward about how he was going to testify.
This is the shoe that was planted, or the shoe that was actually he was wearing at the hospital?
That's the shoe he was wearing at the
He
hospital.
got at the hospital. That was the shoe he was wearing. Is my understanding.
Yes, I'm going to look. Thank you.
So we're clear here that the shoe was white sole.
Yes.
That we seen yesterday. And then what was the other thing? It was the shoe that was found at the scene. Do we have a timestamp on that? That had to have been the shoe that was found at the scene. You and I talked way past 30 minutes, and then I had to catch up. But let's see. Did we ever get the shoe planted at the scene? I know that they did it yesterday. I'm just not.
I may
sure.
have been gone because I don't remember a lot of after that. But you've got on today's video, you just showed the picture of the shoe in the snow.
I know this was a picture from X of someone who actually took those exact timestamps and they put them together. I remember the Dr. Pepper and Dr. Fauci.
Yeah. 10, 2, and 4.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, the hairs were definitely suspicious. Everyone who was talking is just, I think the medical people, they didn't have anything to do with this. They really didn't. But let's go back to the case where he's testifying. I don't know. He was, let me see. I'm going to play something. At least we have something playing.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions and markings on the skin of Mr. Okeefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And this gentleman, I got 2859. Again, Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen? It's now the mark. This is 443.
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thanks, sir. What's coming to Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Oh, you know what?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
You know what? The shoe was actually found by the CERT team. I don't think he testified about the shoe on this one. I think the shoe was found by the CERT team. Am I right about that?
Now that you mention it, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so that would have been day 19. Am I right on 19?
I think it's right. Would that have been Friday?
Oh, yeah. You know what? You're not going to believe this, but I got it right here.
Oh, cool.
Is it this one? Oh my gosh.
Yes.
No way.
Correct.
That's right,
And you can
cover
see
the
right here
glass.
to the left of the tail.
And that's the shoe.
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
You have got to be kidding me.
And this is how it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How the kid was discovered.
Yes, sir.
Let's
We
go
recovered
through
it
this
again.
one
This
more
is
time because
from the overturned
maybe somebody
snow from the
missed
shovel
it.
and again, seen the mark from the
Please
shovel
tell
from the
me,
overturned.
please tell me we're
next
we're
one.
not the ones that have picked up on this.
This particular piece is this. The next photograph is coming.
There it is.
So similar, as far as this photograph is concerned, what if anything you observed in that photograph?
Let's
That's a closer photo of the sneaker.
slow it
Sneaker's
down a
in the
little
bottom
bit.
right down here.
'Cause maybe we're going too fast.
The next photograph. Again, what if anything are we looking at? in this
What if
photograph?
anything are we looking at
Again,
here?
you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo.
Yes, that's
And this would be the
pavement or
curbing
the
right
curb. Yeah, and the shoe's up against the curb.
And the sneaker as it's portrayed in this particular photograph, is that as it was when it was recovered?
Yes, sir.
The next photograph is going.
Wow.
The other side of that sneaker, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
Is that fixed sort of in relation to the curve that you were describing earlier in the testimony?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
The next photograph. As far as the sneaker was concerned, when it was recovered, where was the snow in relation to? Was it on, around, in? Where was the snow in relation to?
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
Bullshit, you fucking liar. That's what I was been saying that's what I've been saying all day, bro. I mean, what are we talking about now, John?
Are
Joe
we looking
missed
at
this
this
whole thing.
right? The one in the snow has a black sole. The one come out of the bag that was recovered at the hospital had a white sole.
Yeah.
And if you look at the one that was recovered at the hospital, it don't even look worn. Like it looks like a brand new shoe.
Well, I mean, I think if you're John Okeefe, you're not wearing some bullshit, busted up, worn out shoes. I mean, the one
No.
that probably was covered with snow and it was in the crime scene. I mean, the one he was wearing is going to have a little bit of wear and tear, but I would have figured that that man is going to be wearing a decent pair of new looking shoes at all times. So the fact that the shoe looks new, that's normal. But the fact that the soles are different, that is like, I understand if you're a person that needs to wear shoes and they look similar, they have different soles, but you know, whatever, that's all you can afford and you rock it. I can appreciate that and I can understand that, but there's no freaking way that that's what's going on here. Those are two different soles, 100%.
Well, no, I guess my point was the shoe recovered at the scene on a different picture looked like it wasn't brand new. But the shoe recovered at the hospital, well, you can't really tell because it's got snow. But it looked, and I know the picture is not clear, but the middle picture, it just looks like he may have had them a little bit. The one that was recovered at the hospital.
The one that was recovered at the hospital, which is the one on the right that the trooper.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Bukhenik. It looks like it has a little bit of wear and tear on the heel.
Yeah,
part.
I see that now. Okay. But
it has a little bit of wear and tear on the heel part that touches. And if you look at the picture on the left, let me remove this banner. Excuse me. Let me remove this banner with the Joe Lanu part so you can see it better.
But you're right. I mean, that's two different shoes.
Dude. Right there, you can see it a little bit better. You see how it looks like the same shoe. You got the shoe 12 hours later. If you said, go pick up this white Nike bottom with the black top and a white swoosh, it's a basic shoe, and you just went and got that shoe, you would see the shoe on the right looks like that's a white bottom with a black top, white swoosh shoe that looks something like this. You would got that one and not realize that he had a different model with an actual white sole. It has they both have a white bottom, but it has a white sole. The other one's more of a bright white with a black sole. It looks very similar. I can completely see how you mistaken the two just by looking at them, because they both have the little tuck on the back and, you know, in a pinch, in a hurry, during shock and horror, you know, that you made this mistake. But those two different shoes tell you a story that the rest of the stuff, I don't fucking care. I don't care if she had a whole bottle of Hennessy, washed it down with a keg of beer. It still doesn't explain Haas long to dying cold. It does not explain that. And these two different shoes, you can say whatever the fuck you want to about, oh, it just, you know, magically the video got whatever. But clearly you're fucking lying. And this guy and Michael Proctor touched every single piece. Every piece of evidence that was found on there, every single piece of evidence that was planted. This guy, Bukhenik, was responsible, and he was responsible for Michael Proctor as a supervisor, but his hands were on every single thing. He's a better witness than Michael Proctor because they don't have as much evidence that he was doing some shady stuff. But this right here, I mean, unless you're fucking blind, how can you say that they didn't plant evidence, but just by looking at just this one piece, not the million pieces that say that they're lying pieces of shit. This one right here, you're like, come on, dog. What's the logical explanation of this one?
So I guess my question is what has it, and I guess maybe the defense will do this, will point that out. I mean, this is their opportunity to point this out, because this is the guy that's showing the shoe, and the prosecution has him showing the shoe. You don't think that they're going to show him the black shoe, and then can you take both shoes and put them side by side? Well, how about we take this picture of and put them both together for the jury? They're going to have those both shoes up, and it's going to be one of those, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. It's going to be one of these situations. But I disagree with Joe Lanu that the trial is going to stop. I think the trial is going to continue going forward from what I've seen so far. They're not going to say there's just no way that Karen Reed did this. There's clear evidence that the police are covering things up. I think we already passed that at mile marker 2. Yeah,
I agree. Time ago. But the trial's not stopping. They're continuing to let the state make a case and recover from things that don't make sense and hurdles that you have to ignore in order to convict. they're moving past that. They're going to move past this too. But look at this. How could you possibly say that Karen Reed is guilty and the police did not plant evidence when you're looking at stuff like this? How can you trust anything in the trial or that's coming from the prosecution who knows damn well that Karen Reed did not do this? The prosecution knows this, but he needs to grow a set of balls and say, we cannot continue with this case. We need to dismiss this case without prejudice.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying the other day, even before this. But now let's look at it this way. Who's to say that she didn't know that something was going to go down?
You know, what was the question again? Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. So how do we know that she wasn't in on the cover up?
Who wasn't? Lisa?
I'm sorry, Karen. Yeah, Lisa. No, Karen.
How was she not in on the cover up?
Yeah. Or that it was supposed to have gone one way, but it went a different way.
I just think, like, you know, if you really didn't have anything to do with it, you know, you had nothing to do with it, and your boyfriend was murdered, you were drunk, who hasn't woke up and said, fuck, I had too much to drink last night. Damn, Jesus, what did I do? Oh my gosh, I embarrassed myself. I mean, who hasn't had a moment like that? Every single police officer there was drunk and had 5-6 drinks and drove and this and that. They all did it. She wasn't the only one. It was just, this was the drunk clown of the group. They all were doing it. You know what I mean? And so they're telling you, hey, your boyfriend is dead. And you're like, oh my God, yeah, you know, could I have done it? Did I do something? I mean, was it, you know, I noticed that there's a cracked taillight. I didn't realize I backed into his car on the way out, but just, these are the things you're saying when you don't know. But, and you also say, hey, ma'am, can you tell me, were you arguing with your boyfriend? Did you ever have if you really thought you fucking did it, you would say, no, we had a great relationship. Instead, she says, well, we did, you know, have a fight that morning. And, you know, you're just saying things. And like when she texted him, are you okay? If you really hit him and you knew you hit him, you would probably text something in the middle of the night instead of calling, going, you fucking motherfucker, you need to get your ass home and quit partying and stuff. Instead of saying something like that, which you'll see later, if they continue on, which they probably will, you would have heard things like, John, I love you. You're the best person in the world. I just want to let you know I love you and I'll see you soon, honey. These are the things that you say when you're covering it up. But you would, the natural thing to say was, what the fuck? It's 2:00 in the morning. Get your ass home. Your niece and nephew are going to wake up in the morning and they need you here. Why are you still out at 5:00 in the morning? Get your stupid ass, drunk ass home now. This is the kind of stuff that would normally take place that did. It's not consistent with a cover up, in my opinion.
Well,
right?
Who's to say that they just wasn't going to beat the hell out of him? And he ended up outside, however, and then she got a phone call or a text or something saying, well, he's outside. Oh, well, let me see how long he'll live while he's outside. Make sure he don't freeze to death. Oops.
So Dante is probably the most knowledgeable person who seems like they know the case even better than I do. What's your feelings on the claim Karen deleted ring footage, but they declined to get a copy of the ring activity log as evidence? I don't think that's what happened here, because the ring footage was requested directly by Michael Proctor from Ring itself. Now, there was a reluctancy for Trooper Bukhenik that, you know, hey, I can't tell you with absolute certainty that Michael Proctor, well, I believe he did. Bullshit. Here's the fucking paper right in front of you. And didn't you also get the records that says you want to see the activity report to show who logged into the system, if at all, if someone logged into the system, I want the report to show me all of this. And yes, they did get that, which clearly showed that no one logged into it. No one logged into it to delete something, to look at something. They got all of those records from the Ring camera, but there's pieces of the video that's missing. But it's not the only thing. So to answer your question, Dante, I don't believe Karen Reed was a part of that whatsoever. They have the evidence directly from Ring, which supersedes anything you can do. There'd be a record of it. But you also have the library footage that just the piece of evidence, it just happened to magically stop when you can see the other side of her taillight, but they have the part where you can see a taillight, but when the other taillight is shown, the video is deleted for that 2 minutes. And then you have the Sally port that's jumping all over the place, where clearly that video was edited and they're blaming that on a time lapse. If it's just one thing on its face, there may be a logical explanation. But when you have multiple things, more than 3 or more things that has the same exact inconsistencies, and the video magically stopped, or this is something that's very suspicious, but you have multiple things, you have to believe it's not just a suspicion, but there's a logical explanation. There is no fucking logical explanation for this many things happening as a once in a lifetime coincidence at the same time. It's all bullshit. They covered it up. They deleted the photos. He took the thumb drive and put it on a fucking CD-ROM and deleted the part that make him look incriminating. The prosecution is calling stuff that make him look guilty, knowing that there's evidence that she's not guilty. And this shoe is just one of the many things. But as Lanu said, just these 2 shoes being different soles is enough to dismiss the case. But I think we're missing the 20 other things that were enough to dismiss the case. But it keeps plowing forward, because I think the real trial is the defense of Brian Albert and the McCabe's. This is the real thing where I tried my best. The witnesses sucked and just the case is over with. But we tried, and she just got away with murder, Okeefe family. And that's just the way it is. It's just like OJ. We all know he did it, but he got away. That's the same thing as Karen Reed, but it's not the fucking same thing. These police framed him, and these police are involved, and it's clear as day. And that's why this trial is so riveting.
Hey,
Well,
news back.
I'll go back to the shoe. Everything else is you're going to have to draw some inference and take a leap of faith to prove even that it wasn't a glitch of the camera that didn't catch her taillight when it came through. But this shoe is not something that is a glitch. It's not the only explanation for 2 different types of shoes being accredited to being on that dead man's feet is that improper actions by police, criminal actions by police, by planting evidence. That's why I say the shoe would be the smoking gun. I think, and I don't know where these pictures are coming from that are in this makeup, but I don't know where that comes from. I think if it was that overt, that plainly and clear, that this case would be over with right now. I'll go back to Turtle Boy. There's some things that Turtle Boy's kind of laid out that are just not. He's in it for sensationalism, in my opinion, and not being a truth sayer. I don't disagree with you, Lisa. I think it's too early for a defense. I think it's too early, Lisa, for a motion to dismiss. I think after the prosecution lands, maybe if the shoe shows up, I think it's a no-brainer. But you go back to digital evidence once again. Is it incompetence or is it conspiracy? And I'm not sure about what Dante's talking about. The prosecution's assertion that she deleted evidence off the Ring camera. I missed that part. I'm not saying it's not there. I'm saying I kind of missed that bit of the testimony. I know that this morning the defense presented, I guess, the request to Ring that did request for login information and whether something had been deleted or manipulated or not. I don't really recall the actual answer. And anybody know that from this morning?
Well, yeah, that was where I was sitting there calling him a piece of shit and every other damn thing when I was like, he's refusing to answer the question. Who did it? Michael Proctor requested the Ring video. Isn't it true that there was no evidence that anyone had logged in? Objection. And they never got an answer from him is what happened. But
I think the objection is he says that he was unaware exactly what the request was to Ring, that Proctor had done that and he did not know. You can't ask the man to make an answer or speculate on the stand on something that he didn't have anything to do with. So I don't know about that. But let's go back to the shoe. Didn't they've uncovered the cap? Did they not uncover both shoes? Have they not presented both shoes into evidence?
Well, Why? Yeah, both shoes are in evidence, but both shoes have not been presented side by side from the evidence bags. And why would the prosecution do that when they know damn well they have different color soles?
Well, that because your prosecutor could be convicted for being involved in the conspiracy if he knows they're separate souls, but yet he still presents them as evidence. So that's a problem. So I would say that he has no choice but to show both shoes in court. But if not, the defense is going to do it. I'm saying if it's so obvious, if it's right here on this meme that we're looking at, why would that not be why would that not be the first thing that Alan Jackson pops up with on cross and saying, let's talk about the shoes?
Yeah. Let's just, I mean, this might be his moment. And I know we're looking into the future because now that social media has advanced to a level that it wasn't at in the 90s, now you can kind of look forward to what they're probably going to talk about and what evidence matches up. You have more people playing investigation from their couch or their office or their phones. But now that we can look at this, this could very well be one of those Johnny Cochran, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. These two shoes could very well be the platform for Alan Jackson, and that famous statement will come in the next trial, where he brings the next day of trial 22, when he brings this up with these shoes. That could be his famous claim to fame.
Brother, this is bigger than the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. It's two different shoes. It's evidence that the crime scene's tampered with, and therefore you can't trust any of it.
But we were talking when you were not present that I believe this isn't the first time that we've seen things that just, it's hard to keep going with the trial knowing this. This is another one. And I don't think that Aunt Bev is going to stop the trial and say, you know what, we're not moving forward. I think she's still going to allow the trial to go forward, even with this being shown that these are two different shoes.
Even if she does, the trial is over with, because that would be my closing argument. I would have those, once they're entered into evidence, the defense can present them again. I would hold them up and say, if y'all can overcome this, then you can convict her, and I'd sit down. You can't overcome it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, not the Haas long to die in cold. You definitely tried to overcome that. I don't think they successfully did, but yeah, definitely you can try to. Now, Dante has a little statement here about Jackson mentioned a Dropbox account that the ring allegedly offered a copy of the activity log, and Aunt Bev saved with objection. And that's exactly what happened, Dante, that they gave all the files in a Dropbox that explained everything, but there is footage that has been deleted. And in my opinion, that possibly could be footage of them breaking the taillight, and then from there taking it to the crime scene, which makes more sense than them breaking it up in the Sally Port around all those other cops. So that makes more sense of why they would get that Ring camera, grab it, delete what they wanted to delete, and then secure a few things and say, no, look over here, look over here. But really, it probably happened in between. Why'd they call for the tow truck at 3 o'clock when they didn't even know the taillight was busted, unless Jennifer McCabe testified that she said she had a cracked taillight. So let's see if we can figure this out. Okay, let me tow her car without even knowledge that that the taillight's cracked at 3. He lied and said he called for it at 4. So that way there was no time for him to plant the evidence. And that was what, Turtle Boy, not to keep mentioning his name, you're saying that I'm homosexual for him, but that's what Turtle Boy pointed out. There was an hour and 15 missing between when he said he did it and when they actually did it, which he blamed on, it was something with daylight savings, and something hasn't, which was also proven wrong. That's why they didn't mention that. But that right there is the smoking gun of corruption with Michael Proctor. And the fact that this guy, Bukhenik, was with him the whole time doesn't say that he's not even a part of it. It's really Michael Proctor, and he had plausible deniability. He was there the whole time. He had to have known that this cover-up happened.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you have any foundation to bring that into evidence in a court of law. And I think the objections are on the Dropbox account is that that went to Proctor, and that the guy on the stand doesn't have any information on that. It wasn't information you can prove that he had in his hands. So, I mean, that's actually a good objection by the judge. Doesn't mean that the defense can't bring it up with a different foundation, but they've got to lay the foundation. They couldn't put you on the witness stand, Kingdom, and ask you about things that I did. If you want to know what I did, you put me on the witness stand to find out what I did. You can't have it's hearsay. It's not good. That would be a good objection.
Well, something I didn't realize is it's something they did because they were together, but Michael Proctor did submit for it and he doesn't recognize Michael Proctor's. And so, yeah, I mean, you are educated on how to skirt past having to testify, but they sure were. Oh yeah, Karen Reed. Oh, she was sitting over here and she was on that side of the couch and she said this and this is what happened. Blah 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 blah. Why don't we just hear from Karen Reed herself? No, because he's giving testimony about what happened. But when the defense is asking a question, he doesn't even know what fucking Michael Proctor's handwriting looks like, and there's no way that he could even tell you. Well, to me it looks like that, but I'm not an expert. But it looks consistent of what Michael Proctor's like. No, absolutely not. I cannot answer that one way. Fuck, clearly not being forthcoming with evidence in a murder trial that obviously
I would have never sat on the witness stand and identified anybody else's handwriting. Quite honestly, I wouldn't have done it. I'd have done the same thing. I couldn't tell you if that's his handwriting or not. There are 10 other ways to figure out who filled out that bag versus a handwriting analysis. There should be anyway. If there's not, then that's a problem in your policies and the way you conduct your investigation. But having to rely on handwriting analysis to figure out who filled out an evidence bag is weak. So that doesn't burn me up like it burns you up. But, then again, if you're doing law and order court where, emotions go in there and there's background musics and suspenseful music before each piece of testimony, then, I guess that's the way it goes. But in real court, you can't do that. And for rightfully so. I like a Dr. Pepper. I'm a Texas man. We're Dr. Pepper people down here. Just know that.
You did miss the poll yesterday, where we had a poll on who was a more credible doctor. We were talking about Dr. Pepper or Dr. Fauci, and there was some good commentary. We didn't actually get your opinion of it, but we did want to get your opinion if you had one.
Dr. Pepper is clearly a more respected and authoritative doctor than Fauci. Yes.
That's basically what I said. Dr. Pepper's been around a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's true. And we're kind of playing this game as a little cartoon here with the little magic trip with the cups. Like, what's under this one? What's under that one? That was another thing funny I seen on X today. But yeah, it's luckily it smells like gasoline in my house now because I have the golf cart getting fixed, and son somehow got completely drenched with gasoline. Walked in here. Good thing nobody smokes around here, but so it's like it was emergency averted. Closer currently being washed, and boy is in shower. So, but it was like, what the heck? Why do I smell gasoline? What? So anyway, disaster averted.
You'll have that with repairs. Dante's asking me if I were the Dighton and the Sallyport, would I have taken a picture of the taillight with your cell phone? I would have taken a picture of the taillight when I pulled up to the house with the snow on it and all. I would have snapped a picture with my cell phone before I went and talked to the woman inside. Quite honestly, I would have.
Anything could happen. She could jump in the vehicle and take off, and there goes your evidence.
Would you tell the CERT team that I want you to go over? I would say I don't have no green light right now. Okay, now that there's 18 inches, now you have the green light. When it's almost dark, I want you to go over to this scene, and you're supposed to be finding some taillights and a hat. So go over there and go find some taillight fragments and a hat. Is that normal?
No.
You might tell folks what you're looking for, but I give no credit to that CERT team. I give no credit whatsoever to that CERT team. They didn't go out there with the proper stuff. There was no reason. They're not experts. Why were they out there? They're not experts. They don't bring the right equipment. They were of no help other than some extra bodies out there in the snow. What I think you had was you had a blizzard, as they're talking about, on a weekend Nobody wanted to get off their ass and come treat this as a real investigation. You had your guy on call. You go handle it. Let me know how it goes. Oh, you need some help out there because it's snowing. All right, call the CERT team. There's some bodies. They'll come out. They do that stuff. Call them. But in all reality, and John Back agree or disagree with me. In all reality, when you've got a homicide investigation in these type of conditions, you put up a tent, you start warming the area, preserve this crime scene underneath it, and you stay on that until every piece of evidence is found. You don't leave and come back. I'm going to do a drive-by every couple of days to see how the snow's retreating, because now, honestly, anything you find there, you can't really say when it was deposited because there wasn't a point where you secured the scene to say no one could have deposited beyond this point, this time.
Well, and I totally agree. And here's the other thing. I am going to kind of like raise an eye about even a blower. I mean, because you have the potential to blow away evidence. As we've seen here, there was microscopic pieces of glass, polycarbonate, whatever you want to call it, found. So who's to say you're not blowing evidence away? I'm like you. I'd have set up a 20 by 20 canopy, throw the walls up, and got you a heater, and just have somebody stand there until the damn snow melts.
Especially for a Boston police officer.
Right. And you know that they've got to be equipped for that. I mean, we're talking about one of the snow capitals of the world. And maybe not snow capital, but you get what I'm saying. I mean,
well, he did say, well, we are trained, but this was a blizzard. Like, we weren't trained to do this in the snow. We were only trained to do it with nice weather, but this was different. That's why we didn't have as good of an investigation. Yeah, I agree with you. When it's like, hey, police officer down, this is what's going on. And then you have the original crew that goes out there at 6 a.m, recovering the dead body, questioning, seeing stuff. There's less than 2 inches of snow. You didn't see that bigger than 6-inch piece of glass there 4 times looking for it, not till the 5th time you see it. You didn't see that there's a hat on the ground at 6 a.m. And Michael Proctor said that the plow truck never went by. So if the plow truck never went by, then how the hell is the shoe sitting there on the curb? You can't see the indentation of what's on the grass like a hat, and then the snow clearly looks like it's a little higher. I mean, this thing had been stepped on so many times. They said, let's come out here with a leaf blower. Let's walk all over the scene, destroy any kind of evidence that shows it might have been a footprint, and this is maybe where the killer or where the deer went through the woods so I can shoot them. I mean, all the evidence is gone. All the snow is tampered with. The whole crime scene was abandoned. Think about that. The whole crime scene was abandoned at 9 o'clock in the morning, just less than 2.5 hours later. And this guy, trooper, he'll be a soon to be former trooper, Cutnick or whatever the fuck his name is. So he tells the people there's definitely, it's some kind of physical altercation is what happened. And today you can say, hey man, I thought it was a physical altercation, but then I later found out that there was evidence showing something different. But he did not want to admit to that one bit. Did you say this? Well, I said it to the medical examiner, not like, no. You have to back me in a corner before I'll admit anything. And that looks shady.
Yeah. You should not be even hide or even trying to appear to hide anything, because people are going to pick up on that.
But I'm sure Joe's saying no, but he answered the question truthfully. They asked him a question. Did you tell the emergency room this? And the answer is no. You don't need to offer, but I did tell this person. It's a yes or no question. The answer is no. No, you didn't do it. And then leave it at that. But it seemed like he was backpedaling and dancing around telling the truth.
Well, and you never know. I mean, kind of on the lines of what an attorney's going to ask, but you don't ever know exactly the way the attorney's going to ask it. So it's kind of like those half truths. Well, I didn't lie to you, but I didn't tell you the whole story type deal.
Now, what about the times when Jennifer McCabe's on the witness stand and they ask her a question and then she offers up more of an answer than just answering the question, and she's cut off? Nope, just answer my question. And that's what examination is. They give you a question, you answer that damn question, and if they want to rephrase it, come at you a different way, then they rephrase it and come at you a different way. But that's I don't put anything into the fact of initial reports that he was beat up or assaulted. And you look at the guy's body. If I'm on the phone with my investigator and he says, I said, what do you got, man? This guy's eyes are swollen, man. He's beat up real bad. Well, I make the assumption probably beat up, something to it. It doesn't mean that's the result of your investigation. It's just getting stuff started. I'll go back to the crime scene though. I've been on homicides in Texas where we've got rain. We've tented the entire area, multiple tents around in the area, sandbagged up to keep water from running through the crime scene, just to preserve the evidence, so that you've got an opportunity to memorialize and record what it is that you found at the time that you're there. You don't come back when the rain's over. Once you're on that crime scene, you own that crime scene. You hold that crime scene until you're done.
You do what you got to do.
And I don't think that was done in this case, whether it was a police officer or not. I don't think. My personal opinion is someone who's a victim of a murder, a homicide, police officer or not, doesn't necessarily matter. Everything should be done to be able to tell the story, because at some point the state is going to ask you to sit on the witness stand. The people that you work for are going to ask you to sit on the witness stand and tell the story, and you should be accurate, be able to explain to what it is you found, and how you came about your conclusions. And the gut and hunches, that's all bullshit. Nobody wants to hear that in court.
Yeah,
I agree.
So
I had to step away. What's your response to the different shoes in a nutshell?
Mine? If that's true, this case is over.
Asking me that.
If that is true, this case is over. There's not a whole lot of discussion. If there are two different shoes that the state is claiming that were on this man's body at the time of his death, you're full of shit. The case is over.
Well,
Tell me, if you sitting on the jury, how much of that would you have to hear? How much more would you need to hear to have faith in the cops?
Well, I wouldn't, and that's what I
investigation.
was saying. I think you had stepped away. You know, we went back and found the video where he pulled the shoe out that was recovered at the hospital, and it's clearly a different shoe than what was recovered at the scene.
We did.
So my question is do you let the case play out, or do you say, or why hasn't somebody brought that up, or is the defense going? I see the defense bringing it up, but why can't you come up and say, Your Honor, in light of evidence or whatever you want to say, we're dropping the charges on Ms. Reed?
Well, I think the prosecutor, if in fact the prosecutor knows that there are two different shoes and evidence accredited to being on this man, I think the prosecutor has a duty to the court. I think he has a duty to the people, and I think he has a penalty of criminal prosecution by not stopping the trial.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So, and rhetorical question: are you telling me that the prosecutor hadn't noticed that shoe's got a black sole and the one recovered at the hospital's got a white sole?
Well, I know the one that come out of the bag in the courtroom that Bukhenik is holding. I know that's a white soled shoe, and I see these pictures of the one in the snow. I don't know where these pictures come from. I'm going to have to
from the trial. This is from our footage yesterday.
The sneaker was completely buried. It wasn't until we started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
That's the evidence.
This is from the trial yesterday or 2 days ago, when the other officer, the bald-headed guy who was the one who was with the emergencies team, this is his testimony in day 19.
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
So this is from that. So it's
So
just
the CERT team found this shoe?
Yeah, this is their testimony. This is the one the CERT team found. I'll put it on fast forward. You can see it.
Dante has a good point. I think there's a chance that the black sole shoe is a shadow in the pictures. Yeah, I want to see that shoe come out of a bag with a black sole on it. And like I say, whether the defense believes it, Judge Bev believes it, or Kingdom believes it, or anybody else believes it, this case is over with those two different shoes.
Do you want to see the replay of it?
Sure.
All right. It's going to be in a sped up fashion.
At all.
You're talking like a little bitch.
I understand, so we need to turn the air conditioning off so that we can hear you. Yes, please.
So Jerry, everyone needs to get measured.
And again, Lieutenant, what's up on the screen is that what you have for you as next?
Yes, it is.
Good track the jury what we're looking at.
You can see the piece of taillight that we recovered. And again, this is kind of the overturned operation, making sure you're close enough to each other that you won't miss a piece.
So right here is where he found the shoe.
Next photograph. Again, what kind of thing we're looking at? This photograph?
Again, you're looking at the sneaker. This is just a closer zoomed in photo. And this would be the curbing right here.
And the sneaker as it was portrayed in this particular photograph is that as it was when it was recovered.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is still.
It looks black soul to me.
It does look like a black sole, but
There's got to be a not logical explanation, right?
Yes, sir. You can see the curbing right here.
it has to be. It can't be. That cannot be a black soled shoe that's different than the shoe that was found.
No way.
As far as the sneaker was concerned when it was recovered.
Well, and there's going to be a model number on the tongue of the shoe.
No, absolutely. 100 ways you'd be able to tell if they were the same shoe.
We started digging through the snow that we found the sneaker.
Next photograph.
That one you can't see the bottom of the shoe. They have it where it has white snow on it.
How it was discovered, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
How it was discovered.
Yes, sir.
Next photograph is still. Next photograph is still.
Yeah, so
In this photograph,
I mean, it's pretty clear.
If that's a black sole shoe, I say this case is over. And I'm like Dante, or I'm like 2A. We should see that come out of a paper bag here real soon. And well, did they offer? Did the defense? I mean, the state offer that as an exhibit in all the clothing items? Has that second shoe been entered into evidence? I don't recall.
Well, how would the CERT team find the shoe and he testified to the shoe and it's not somewhere in evidence? That'd be weird. Or
well, no, it's in it. Hang on. There's two ways it can be in police custody as evidence, but it's not in evidence. You see this little thing they're doing with the stickers and looking at the pictures and have to put a sticker on it. That means it's been accepted by the judge and both attorneys, the state and the defense, that yes, this is evidence the jury can see. So when the officer's opening the bags there, that's a purpose he's doing. He's showing that this is the bag that was recovered at the time. Here's my chain of custody. What's in this bag is what is true in evidence, and everybody accepts that. We put a sticker on it showing that it's evidence, and now we open it up and get to show it to you, like the ball cap, how he held it up to show. This is the ball cap. I can show you pictures of me finding it, but this is the actual ball cap. We're presenting this as evidence into the case. So if that shoe, that same process is going to be done again. The only thing they didn't pull out of the clothing bag was his underwear. And I think that was out of some modesty for the victim. And it didn't, if the underwear was a key piece of evidence, they'd have pulled it out with doo-doo in them, no matter what. They would have pulled it out if it was a key piece of evidence. But that was if you remember how that went, the judge said, we don't need to pull that out. The prosecution agreed, and so did the defense. All parties agreed that we don't need to pull the underwear out. That's why the underwear wasn't held up for the jury to see. But we should see this shoe that way. Just like he held the other shoe up, we should see whoever collected that evidence or how they're presenting it into trial, they should hold that shoe up in court just like they did the other one.
But they didn't. Dante says, do you think there's a chance? This is why I thought Joe for sure would just have to say that's got to be a shadow. There's no way the shoe sole is black. But is there any chance that black shoe sole is actually a shadow?
You know what? I can't tell. I saw that comment. I've looked at in the photograph. I'm trying to see which way the light's orientated, because remember, they're doing it by headlights. They don't have an overhead light, a real scene light.
Right.
So it doesn't look like a shadow.
No,
honestly, it doesn't.
You see the contrast between the white and black, and and it's pretty consistent. Even the snow that's going in the middle, that looks like you can see through it. It looks like it's darker, not light on the other side of it. Though the snow is white, it's not shadowed compared to the snow that's on the white part of the sole. Because you would see the snow would be darker if there was some kind of a photo thing with the light and darkness of the snow. The snow is white on both sides, but clearly the sole is black.
Do you know what? That shoe is in a different orientation in those two pictures. Why would they move it and then take another picture of it? You take a picture of it where it lies, and then you recover it. You might take a picture of it to give it more detail. but you don't leave it in the same spot. Something doesn't sit right with me on that. And I don't know if it's because the picture's manipulated from this meme, like a turtle boy or somebody doing that, or if the police manipulated it.
Oh, Laura says she thinks it's a shadow.
You know what, Laura? I don't know if it's a shadow or not, but I will say that if it is black, that is such a huge issue. I mean, if you look at the two comparison on the shoes, they're not even the same shoe. One has ribs underneath it, one is flat. The soles aren't the same. They're black on top. That's the only similarity that they have. Otherwise, they're not even the same shoe. I don't know. I don't know. I guess Dante's saying that even if it was a black sole on the scene, they could have switched it out when they were drying it on butcher paper, but I don't know.
I think that's what you're going to see. I think when you actually see those two shoes together, they're both going to have a white sole.
I would expect the defense to bring up these pictures if these are actual evidentiary pictures we're looking at on this meme.
Yeah, well, we just played the same pit. These pictures are from what was broadcasted on our broadcast right in court. You know, so it's just when I seen that, I didn't actually see that and then see the other one, and I didn't say, "Oh my God, they're different color soles." It took someone else pointing that out and saying, "Oh, what? You know what? You're right." And this wasn't even Turtle Boy. This was who gets a Monkey Bowl. A Monkey Bowl is the one who pointed this out. At Bowl Monkey is the person who I grabbed that from. But there was other people who have something similar to that.
Yeah, I don't know. And Laura says two different angles, inside of shoe and outside, difference in ribs or treads. There definitely a difference in tread between the two shoes shown in the meme, but we haven't seen the second shoe entered into evidence yet. So I just don't know. I'm looking for it. If in fact if they're two different shoes, man, that's better than a dried out leather glove that won't fit on a man's hand.
Yeah,
coming out of the evidence, which, by the way, a lot of attorneys will say that was the biggest mistake the prosecution allowed to happen, was him to try on that glove with a rubber glove on it.
Yeah.
It would be difficult to make that fit. And there's no doubt. I see Bukhenik holding that shoe in court, but I would expect to see whoever collected that other evidence on the crime scene with the black sole shoe. I expect them to stand and hold that one as well.
Well, that was someone who testified the day before, which was the CERT team, the investigator that gets the advanced training, and he had the green light at 5:30, whatever his name is. That was the guy who found the other shoe and testified the day before.
Yeah, well, that guy's an idiot, and I've got nothing to say about him. But I don't think he actually collected the evidence, or is the evidence in the chain of custody besides finding it. The person who logs it into the actual evidence is probably the person that will be bringing it to court. And understand, like the bags and stuff that Bukhenik is opening, he went to the evidence locker, retrieved those, hopefully signed out a chain of custody for him. Maybe they didn't, but he should have taken that to court, and he is the one that's presenting those to the court. The state's not. He's there to present those items. So whoever retrieves it is the one who brings it to court. You're going to be on a witness list if you got evidence tied to you.
And Joe, I really have to tell you that you don't need a chain of custody in this Boston area. All you need to do is just put it somewhere on your report. In November, the year after, a year and some months later, a year and a half later or more, you just have to put it on your report at some point in time.
I will. I'll fight back on that to my last breath. When you don't do that, then it leaves a lot of questions that people can say that you supplanted evidence, and that you're dirty. As a police officer, it's like a lot of people say, well, cops have to wear body-worn cams. Most cops like body-worn cams because they're not doing anything they're not supposed to be doing, and it's proof that they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So they like that evidence so that you don't have to listen to me. You can watch a video and see what I said. You don't have to listen to me. Here's a chain of custody on this evidence. So that's just the way it is. So I guess that's one style there. Is that the style that see, that's even a different style shoe right there. The tongue or the heel and the back strap. Well, the back strap is So everything's different about that shoe, except it's
Yeah.
black and got a black sole. That's
think
not the
people
same
are-
shoe shown in the picture.
Yeah, people are showing different types of shoes, but it doesn't really show a clear. Well, it does have the back strap on it, but the soles are the point that it's just so obvious. It doesn't need a high definition photo to see one sole's black and one sole's white.
Yeah,
But
and
you
I agree
remember
with
the-
you, Laura. There's no doubt that law enforcement failed at chain of custody in this case. When you're relying on, I put that in my report, that is not a chain of custody. That is a statement of custody, which is not the same.
But I do like the old Michael Jackson song. It don't matter if they're black or white.
That was weak. I'm giving you negative points on that one.
Speaking of weak, I will point out a statement from the White House yesterday, because thoughts and prayers are not enough. Per the White House, from the White House X account, they posted yesterday, let's ban assault weapons.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah.
When you show me that I can't buy meth because meth is banned and prohibited as a contraband in the United States, or heroin, then I'll sign off on an assault weapons ban.
Are we seeing
Until-
the White House at the top there? That this is from the White House account yesterday with
Yeah.
1 million views? Yeah.
I saw it. I saw it already.
Yeah. Wow. I think I tagged you in it. I was like, dude, Joe, I'm sure you're going to get a field day out of this fucking shit.
Oh man, those are emotional statements. They mean nothing. Ban assault weapons. Okay, sure, that sounds great. Let's do that. Show me where it works. Show me where prohibition has worked in this country for anything: alcohol, controlled substances, weapons. The only thing it does is law-abiding citizens won't have them, and criminals still will. And I don't think America's going to stand for that. Dante's got a good point. What size shoe does Chloe wear now? Kingdom,
Ooh, that's a
you
good
have custody.
one.
You have custody of the dog. What size shoe does Chloe wear?
I believe dogs have a smaller size shoe than the human. I think Okeefe's shoes are going to be clearly larger in size than the Chloe would wear. Plus, Chloe would be wearing female dog shoes versus men's male. I don't even know that a size 6 equivalates to a female size 6. So,
Well, we're not talking about shoes up there in Massachusetts. Everybody
have to
wears
get an
a
expert.
sneaker. Everybody
a
wears a sneaker. They're
Yeah, you
sneaking
pack
around on
your
everybody.
guy.
A sneaker.
you pack your car and plant the evidence.
Let me put on my sneakers. We'll take the car and go get a soda pop.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the shoe. I mean, this is. I thought today was going to be a full day. I was not impressed when Alan Jackson says, "Let's present this thumb drive," and then all of a sudden, court's over. Court's over. We're done. I'll see you next week. We're gonna have two. It'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Or wasn't that what he said? She said.
Yeah,
Aunt Bev.
their part-time court schedule.
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday is what will be in full courts. Don't discuss this with anyone. And then you're sitting there going, thumb drive? What the hell's on the thumb drive? I guess they have to go through it, watch it without the jury, then bring the jury in later. And this is the cliffhanger that will be the beginning of Monday's testimony, which I will not miss.
Well, now the thumb drive, they're going to have to, if it hasn't been accepted as evidence, they're going to have to figure out some sort of foundation and get it into evidence. And we don't even know what it is. So, I mean, it probably was, if she's stopping on a half day, it probably was a good time to stop because it's going to take some while. Probably outside of the jury, push the jury outside so they can have motions and hearings out of the earshot of the jury to decide whether whatever's on that thumb drive can be admissible or not. But
that sounds like a Monday morning before they even bring the jury in for the first time type of situation.
Could be.
Right? Yeah.
And I agree with you, Laura. The case of, I think it was in Wisconsin, where the guy killed 6 people, hurt 78 with a car. That was absolutely an assault car. Should be banned. Should be banned immediately because thoughts and prayers are not enough. They're just not enough.
Yeah. And if you're drunk driving and you're caught, getting into an accident while you've been drinking, we should actually ban alcohol.
That's assault whiskey. Ban assault whiskey.
Yeah.
Yep. And Dante did brings up another good point. There was no ruler there. You know, that's the other thing too. All these photographs are very poorly done. For them to tell me that a crime scene photographer came out to those crime scenes and took those shitty pictures where it's a bunch of snow and you got to use a laser pointer to figure out what you're looking at. Those are horrible. Not impressed with Massachusetts State Police as far as how they preserved and recorded a crime scene. They made things difficult on themselves. They've opened the door and left enough doubt that anyone could assert foul play on the part of law enforcement. When I think it is either lazy or, as Laura says, sloppy investigation.
It was a sloppy investigation. Monday is going to be the day that we are really looking forward to possibly being the last day. I don't think that's going to happen, but I'm definitely looking forward to some fireworks going off. Hopefully these shoes over this weekend. There's no way that Alan Jackson and the defense doesn't know about this, especially after a weekend of just having access to social media. Everyone's going to see this. They've been on top of it, breaking news stuff that a lot of, like, even Turtle Boy's like, I didn't know that. I didn't know this. I didn't know that. Alan Jackson has a really good plan. I think he's going to bust it wide open. I think that thumb drive maybe had something to do with the 3 questions before, which was something about the Sallyport video. And then he said, let's present this thumb drive. So I'm just guessing, of course, but I think it might have something to do with the Sallyport. But either way, I think we're going to see some big things in this trial on Monday. I need to run right now. It's definitely been a good time, but it was a good day at trial, but I think the best is yet to come. And I think Monday could be the day. So make sure you tune in 8 o'clock Eastern when we dive back into this case with homeboy John and Joe Lanou from Night Court. And you might even see me and Miss Kingdom this Friday when we're talking about police videos.
Police video review tomorrow night. Tonight we're going to go back to the border crisis and talk about Joe Biden's executive orders that he just signed this week to slow down asylum seekers and make things more difficult for asylum seekers and to try to close up the border. So catch us tonight, 9 to 11 Eastern on Night Court. It's going to be a good show. But for sure, if you catch one show this week, it needs to be the police video review. You folks will enjoy that. But I've got to go as well. It's been great. Thanks, folks. And we'll see how this goes on Monday.
Yeah. Amen. Bye, John.